Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. Who can hit the winning double? Where darts fly fast and spirits flow, players face their fears with every throw. In a setting that feels so very eerie, this is the Modus Spooky Series. What a way to win it. Parity. That's just what Mayle ordered.
Gotta love that. What a display.
But for Ostlund, the task was the 1-1-3, and he's up to that task.
McEwan may take this one. Oh, and he does, and look at that. Yeah, this is our Halloween spooktacular here at the Modus Super Series. And this joker alongside me is actually former Premier League champion Glenn Durrant. Glenn, happy to be here on this scary session?
Absolutely delighted to be dressed like this. Delighted.
Yeah, you do look it. And you can take the mask off now as well, Glenn. We can have a proper conversation.
Just the 10 seconds to get that in. Fantastic. No, brilliant job. I mean, it looks absolutely fantastic. And yeah, well done, everybody involved.
And somebody that struck fear into all of the field this week, Kurt Parry. We've got to talk about the darts as well. He was scarily good, wasn't he?
Yeah, we had a great interview with him late last night as well. I mean, we talked about him. We talked about his throw. At double 16 for the 1-4-6. And that was just after where Jim was just beginning to get into the game as well. He was so impressive. One of the best performances I've ever seen at the Modus Super Series.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff from him. And he is the first player through to finals night on Saturday. And he will be on that stage looking to win the week. And look how strong the rest of the field is. Gary Stone, Shane Hayward, Mark Durbridge, Scott Taylor and Marvin van Velzen in a freakishly good group this evening. And this afternoon, Mike Huntley, Scott Baker, Luke Smith on debut, Jim McEwan, who's wearing his usual but Halloween-style shirt, Anton Ostlund, and David Mayle. Let's talk about him first, because he didn't have the greatest Group A campaign, but there were signs to be positive.
Yeah, and I think he's taken that on board as well. I get the sense he's got good people around him. Even just in just looking at social media, had a lot of support this week. He's very likeable. That was his real moment. But that double was few and far between. We talked an awful lot about his power scoring not being there. But when we looked at the stats after the 3 days, his doubles, he was getting opportunities, wasn't taking them. Needs to improve that in Group C.
What about the Scottish Slayer, Jim McEwan?
So up and down. I mean, on Monday, if anyone was going to challenge Kurt Parry, it was going to be Jim McEwan. At times he threw brilliant, and you don't often associate the word inconsistency with Jim McEwan. I don't think he'll have been too best pleased when he left yesterday. He's the standout name in this Group C, but he needs to just find a little bit extra. He looks really cool and calm backstage. They've all just had a good laugh at me. Everyone looks relaxed in there. Jim is the number one for me.
Players coming in, Scott Baker, we know the speed that he plays at. What do you think about where his game could be at right now?
Well, he's not playing anything sort of secondary tour, as in Challenge Tour, or he is just playing the classic Super League and county darts. Frighteningly good. It's all about the rhythm. I played him on a lakeside stage and he gave me the biggest fright I think I've ever had until I seen this costume this morning. He's a superb player, another great guy, and it's just whether or not he's just found that rhythm. Going to Q School this year, which tells me he's still putting the graft in. He has all the qualities to get through.
He's getting into this, isn't he? Did you hear those terrible puns that Glenn Durrant just did there? Right, which player will win? This is what the bookies think. Jim McEwan, 5-4 favourite. Scott Baker, second favourite. Anton Ostlund, who you thought might have a chance this week, he's third favourite, could get through this group. They've gone with Mayle as the outsider. Do you see any value there, Glenn?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Ostlund. I think I saw enough yesterday where he's just beginning. I mean, you've got to remember he has come over from Sweden. Whether he got late here on Sunday night, I'm not 100% sure. I did see signs yesterday. He's got the calibre. He's come in with good form. Be some really good players prior to this competition. I expected better in Group A. It didn't happen, but I'm going to stick with him still. There's still be the value in this Group C.
Anything for the likes of David Mayle and Luke Smith, if we're going to stay on the theme to be scared of?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was a horror show really for David. So 1 from 15, but he was in a super tough group. Looks okay today. He knows he's not the new kid in class now with Luke Smith coming in. Luke, who spoke to players like Mike Warburton, Mike Huntley, good friends with them guys already. Hasn't done an awful lot of work. Watched him practiced. You know, he hit a couple of 180s, but also looked at a few nervy darts as well. He could do with a win early doors.
Right, should we get out of these costumes and get into the serious stuff? He did.
Just remember that.
That nice reel as well. Right, the first match about to get underway. Michael Huntley taking on David Mayle, and Glenn Duracula had a little chat with him earlier on.
Good afternoon, David. Group B, I spoke to you just before it started. It was a really tough group, but you said you're really up for the challenge. How do you self-reflect looking back the first 3 days?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was a really good experience for me with great players. They've been really good with me all week, and I can take that forward now going into this group. I don't think I played too bad, so hopefully I can produce a bit better.
Yeah, just looking at the stats, I mean, we talked a lot in comms about your scoring power, but your doubles at the end, you're getting opportunities. You only get 24 hours. What can you do now for this Group C campaign to do things a little bit differently and get that winning feeling again?
I think it's like you say, them doubles, I could have had a few more wins, but I'm focusing on them now and focusing on Group C. Hopefully they go in for me, and it'll be better for me.
You're no longer the new kid in this class as well. Now we've got another debut in today, Luke Smith. So it's a different type of group, different type of dynamics. Any thoughts on the Group C?
I'm just ready for the challenge again, to be honest, and I'm really looking forward to it. I've enjoyed all week here, and hopefully I can produce what I can do.
And just a final question. You're on debut heat, the Modus Super Series. Your general thoughts about the place, the stage, everything about it?
It's been absolutely amazing. Everyone's been so welcome. I've really liked every minute, and hopefully I can produce a bit more.
Well, you've come across as a real gentleman. I'm sure Poppy will be very proud of you. Good luck.
Thank you, Glenn.
Yeah, here we go on this extra special Super Series session. It is Halloween here at the newly named Modus Dead Lounge in Portsmouth. Myself and Glenn Durrant will guide you through the action. We'll maybe stay out of character for the real stuff, but first match sees Michael Huntley taking on... I didn't get one for David Mayle. Maybe Glenn can help me out. The 27-year-old, though, he described Mr. Durrant as a horror show in Group A. Not in terms of how he played, just the outcome, I think, is what we were talking about. He did show some positive signs. Can he resurrect himself in this group?
Yes, he has every chance as we look at Jack Gorwood, our referee. Can you see what we're doing here?
First
the
leg, it's
referee.
Mike to throw first.
But yeah, I really like Gravid. I think he's a really good guy. The fact that he comes into the Group C now on 0 points with the others, when you're in that back room and you can see yourself at the bottom of the table for such a long period of time, it can hurt. You know, I've experienced that myself, and it's almost like you get a little embarrassed. And you know, he lost 13 on the spin. But I think this Group C, the dynamics, the players, the quality is not as good, in my opinion, as the Group A. But straight away, saying that, Mike Huntley's out the traps very, very nicely.
Yeah, it's a real cauldron, isn't it? The stage at the Super Series. It's a place where tension, drama bubbles up, that silence during the week, and then it comes alive at the weekend on Saturday. And I think I should say this, if you are going to come down on Saturday night to Portsmouth, feel free to try and outdo us with your Halloween fancy dress.
85. Mike, you require 130.
It's been a super start from Mike. Babyface. Double 8 for a 12 darter. That is a start and a half.
Leg, Mike Huntley.
Superb darts.
First blood to Mike Huntley.
Second leg, it's David to throw
with
first.
Absolutely stunning checkout to strike fear into his opponent, David Mayle. And already he's probably thinking, oh no, it's going to be like this again.
Exactly what I was thinking. Mike Huntley, I've watched a few times on this stage. I watched him in a Group C campaign. Very reminiscent on the back of what happened to David Mayle. Michael only won 2 games in that Group A, and for a large period of the Group C was at the top. So he's had the ups and downs on that stage as Mike. But you just sense that David's beginning to settle now. But you know, when someone pings a 12 darter against you, and he's not missing that treble 20 bed right now.
127. 85.
Yeah, Mike played a ADC competition only 2 days ago. A ranking event down in Merthyr Tydfil way. And he was the champion of that. He
60.
beat Alex Small in the final. Alec, a regular here at the Modus Super Series, a former champion of champions himself. So that's the perfect preparation in coming here. Alec did beat him in the round robin phase, but Mike got his own back. He's playing regular against a certain Kurt Parry as well. And only last week,
David, you require
at the Vets Club,
137.
Mike Huntley did beat Kurt Parry in that final. So when you look at this preparation, Chris, he comes in here in tip-top form.
87.
Absolutely, and he's looking to repeat the feat from the opening leg, but this time he'll probably go a different route. He'll be treble 20 for the bull. Just finding the wrong segment.
42. David, you require 50.
Chatted with David earlier. This is where it really went wrong for him. He wasn't hitting his doubles enough. It's round about the 25% mark. He knew that's the area that he needs to improve, and that wry smile tells me how he's thinking right now. Will he be punished?
This time he does get his dart at the bullseye.
63.
Cannot find it.
David, you require 10.
Yeah, come on, David. Like I say, he's had a tough few days. You want to see some success for him. It's got to start here because that sinking feeling will come back.
Mike,
and a big chance for Huntley to really get the grips of this match.
So 2 8s. Double stabbed by Mike Huntley, who doubles his lead in the match, 2-0.
Yeah, she opened up with double trouble.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
And that has been the issue for David Mayle. We talked an awful lot over the past 3 days about his scoring power. He always seems to be a dart behind the others. Well, I just sense there was a more
85.
parallel in relation to quality of this Group C, where he should be getting wins. He didn't often shake his head, but you could just see behind Mike there already that head shake and stuff, because he knows this is an opportunity to go back to the players there, despite it only being the first game, and seeing himself at the top. The motivation that can do and the confidence that can give you. But it has been that horror
100.
start.
Slight Halloween theme on the shirts of the players here. You can see the lightning from David Mayle. Unintentional. I'm not sure if we can we class a dragon as acceptable for Halloween for the Welshman Michael Huntley. Let's give it him, shall we?
140.
Better than my Undertaker effort, that's for sure. I wanted the music and everything today, but it was all about you. What a
58.
joker.
Once a year, Glenn, once a year. And for those that are wondering, Henry Deacon will be in the hot seat tonight.
42.
That could arguably be the horror show of the day. Henry Deacon in fancy
60.
dress.
Mike, you require
Hopefully he didn't get the brief.
134.
But certainly Michael Huntley has. He's looking good for a big 3-0 lead here. Just needs to be professional, stay straight, and you can see the shake of the head. But one treble away, will be feeling perfect, absolutely perfect. 69 points left. So he has got the option of a treble 15 where he can be a little bit more aggressive. But you'll often see them go for the 19s because it guarantees you the 2-darter. But I think treble 15 could have been a good option there.
It seems like a relatively easy opener for Huntley so far.
128.
3-0 if he can convert 50.
$34.
Now an opportunity for David Mayle.
57.
Yeah, and that was just roughly what I was about to say, in a sense that he wasn't getting these opportunities when he was leaving them like this. He wasn't getting the opportunities, but when he did, which wasn't many times, that's what he was
52.
doing.
Mikey requires
This has spilled over into Group C. Yes, he is 52-year-old, his babyface now, and the eyes go a little bit, so just confirm that is in the Big 8. It was a
14.
superb start from Mike Huntley, wasn't it, with that 12-darter? But he's given David Mayle opportunities. Can he deliver?
Double one.
No score.
He misses.
Mikey
More
requires
chances.
2.
Things looking grim for David Mayle. And
Game
Michael
shot on the
Huntley
third
is the
leg. Mike
reaper of
Huntley.
the rewards. 3-0.
4 flag. It's David to throw first. Game on. $100.
I have to say, we've had some good fun here this morning. Some great photos.
137.
But maybe the day also belongs to Steve Beaton as well. He's playing his last, and there's been some fantastic photos of a lot of the players applauding him into the
100.
venue today, getting dressed up in the curls, the tash, and the white shirts, so synonymous to Steve Beaton. He's just gone 4-3 down in his first match. Will it be his last match on the professional circuit? What a stalwart to the game.
Yeah, and hope to see him in this very venue next year.
25. $81.
Yeah, I chatted with David. If you just caught that at the beginning of this match. But right now, it's just, you get that sinking feeling almost, that you forget everything
54.
about the darts. Those missed darts at Dublin, that second leg, can affect his next 2 days. It was a big opportunity to get up there, put a real performance in, and forget everything that's
99.
happened in Group A. This could be difficult for David Mayle to bounce back from. I was looking at the game, Chris, of when he plays the other debutant, and that's the last game of the day, so I don't think that's been kind to him either.
105. Mikey require 84.
Double six for 4-0.
72.
One last chance maybe
David
for Mayle.
require 117.
Needs the treble 19. Doesn't get it. And Huntley is back to take this opener.
93. Mikey require 12.
It is double six still. And it's a spectacular start to Mike Huntley's campaign in this Group C. And the troubles continue for David Mayle. It is smiles all round there, but inside that's a difficult loss. Will he be able to bounce back from that? It's a shrug of the shoulders. But for Mike Huntley, on his first game of the week, absolute delight. You can just see the little fist bump. A 4-0 50 opened up with that stunning 12-darter. A beautiful 130 finish on that double eight. A super start, a 4-0. Problems for David Mayle as we move on to game 2. It's Scott Baker against Anton Ostlund.
Welcome back to the Modus Super. Cross that word out and replace it with Spooky series here on the 31st of October, where, well, it was a massacre in the opening match for Michael Huntley over David Mayle. A 4-0 win for the Welshman, sending Mayle off to the worst possible start. And now we see if Anton Ostlund can have a better campaign in his secondary group. He takes on Scott Baker, the Tipton player, nicknamed the Mod. 3 times a semi-finalist here at the Super Series. But a former weekly winner in Ostlund, who was given the curse at the start of the week of being tipped up by Glenn Durrant. Glenn, your hopes for him and his own hopes now rest on Group C.
Yeah, a difficult start was the first thing for Ostlund. I guess Scott Baker was probably not the one player he could have done with one of the debutants. But
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I stand by the fact with Ostlund on Monday morning, because every stat suggested at 16-1 for the week that he had every chance.
140.
But he certainly didn't deliver on Monday, Tuesday. We saw some return to form. He has got the calibre, he's got the quality. He's beginning to wrap up a nice little CV about himself, but I was a bit concerned the fact he's got Scott Baker, who's a real streaky player. Incredibly quick player.
84.
And one of those players that if he gets that momentum. I was on the back of that Lakeside game, one of the memorable ones where I was flying, and once he starts coming at you, he's a superb player. So an intriguing game.
$60.
Still to come a debutant in Luke Smith and then Chucky Jim McEwan.
140.
Plenty of tungsten tricks and treats coming your way today. It's a speed that's so scary from Scott, isn't it?
85.
Yeah, I just sense that Ostlund is slowing the pace down a little bit. So you've just got to get the balance right there. It's not affecting your game too much.
59. Scott, you require 131.
Went for treble 16 rather than tops after that first start was found.
115. Anton, you require 160. $100.
So
Scott, you require
double 8
16.
for Baker
Get
to
shot
hold
of
throw
first
in the
leg.
opening
Scott
leg.
Baker.
That's what he does, 1-0.
Yeah, had a chat with him this morning. Going to Q School.
Second leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
It was a real straightforward answer. Absolutely, Glenn. I'm going. Just going down the traditional route. He's playing Super League. He's playing County for West Midlands.
140.
Practicing when he can. Just trying to get that fine balance between darts and work. But yeah, terrific guy. Throws one of the lightest darts. I'm pretty sure they're around about 15 grams as well.
60. $40.
Well, that one ends up on the floor.
$44. $90.
He's got one of those interesting throws. Obviously, the focus will be on the speed of the throw of Scott Baker, but for a guy who's not the tallest of dart players in the world, he does do the sort of the Gary Anderson, the real foot to the hockey.
131.
So he's putting his foot in it, and his non-throwing foot is very, very close. So he's very, very upright, which you normally associate for a lot of taller dart
100.
players.
Anton, you require 126.
Doesn't need to start in the 19s, which is the tradition. I like this.
66.
The problem with that bullseye shot with the second on 66, where that treble 10 is such an inviting target, and if you don't get to plan it, then you're pretty much
100.
guaranteeing yourself
Antonio
a
requires
dart to double. So
60.
effectively, he's going to have to burn one here. We've seen a lot of missed darts at a big number this week.
Game shot on
Superb.
the second leg. Anton Ostlund.
Very clinical. 1-1.
Yeah, I do
Third
feel
leg
that these are
is
two of the
Scott to
players
throw
that are going to
first.
be contesting the top of the table. For me, Huntley, Baker, Ostlund, McEwan, we
140.
know that Mayle may struggle trying to find his feet on his first week at the Live Lounge, and we don't know about Luke Smith, really, the
45.
second ADC qualifier in this group, making his debut today. He's an unknown quantity.
140.
Yeah, we'll have a chat about Luke in his next game, but comes from that area of Mike Warburton, the James Beaton from the James Beaton from the Chester area, plays his county darts at Clwyd.
140.
He's sort of dabbled a little bit with sort of the Welsh Open, so I'm really keen to see how he plays. Big opportunity.
140.
This is what Baker does. He's such a streaky player. Such tough. You're almost accepting the fact that if he has one of these ones, you've got to start planning for the next leg. Because he has that inconsistency about him, has
97.
Baker, where he
Scott, you
doesn't
require
always
81.
produce the really good darts, but this is a super leg.
I didn't need to bother about trying to leave the ball with Ostlund
49.
not on a finish himself, so Baker just lays up on double 16.
Yes, he woke me up this morning, Chris, actually. Did Scott Baker already practicing round about 10 o'clock in the house?
59. Scott, you require 32.
How many people in your house this week? Seems to be all players.
16.
Missed opportunity. Maybe
Anton,
should have
you
practiced from
require
9:30.
160.
A chance here for Ostlund. Big ask, but if you can get the first one in, you fancy it.
Oh, a little bit of a nightmare there
38.
with a dart on the floor.
Scott, you require 16.
So Baker back for double 8. He's blocked a lot of that.
No score.
Yeah, there was no room.
Anton, you require 122.
He'll be disappointed. Ostlund will be disappointed that he's still way back on 122 after being on that 160. But it's an opportunity, but needs the treble 18. Gets it for the bullseye.
97. Scott, you require 16.
Surely now. There we
Shot on the
go.
third leg. Scott Baker.
Well, it took a little longer than he would have hoped. With Ostlund lurking with
Fourth
intent,
leg. It's
Baker
Anton to throw first.
managed
Game on.
to put the leg to bed.
$97. $137. $85. $59.
Yeah, just referring back to the day of Steve Beaton.
100.
Not how he planned his final Pro Tour game. He lost 6-5 in that one to Neil Zonnevel, but
53.
I'd just like to pass on Mike. Congratulations to an incredible, incredible professional.
I will second that and hope that the retirement does include a cameo or two.
171.
The Super Series. No, he's going to play the World Seniors Championship next year. That was demonic darts
100.
from Anton Ostlund, the
Antonio
171 to leave
48.
48.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Anton Ostlund.
Yeah, double 8 found.
Fifth leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And it's 2-2.
60. 125.
Warming up nicely. Just for the first time, it's Anton Ostlund is just beginning to turn the screw.
59.
Couple of trebleless visits there from Scott Baker. And the Swede has his real opportunity in this match now. He had a lot of flyers this week. If he's not in that treble 20 bed,
100.
he was missing by a long, long way. I think that'll be one area he's trying to improve on.
100.
Well, his nickname One Toddy be hoping that he's not a one-hit wonder at the Super Series. Had that fantastic week which he won. But it'll feel a little
121.
sort of flat, won't it, if he finishes in the bottom half of Group A, then doesn't make it through Group C and at least gets to another finals night.
180.
First one of the day.
155.
It's been a week of an incredible amount of 180s. Some really fantastic finishing. And I thought we were on for another one there from Ostlund. Really important part of this match. Treble 19's the shot. It's tops. Huge.
62. Anton, you require 16. No score.
He took great care with those darts, but he could not find the target. And Baker hoping to get the leg in the ledger, and he does that. 3-2. Real contrast to the opening game.
Yeah, didn't expect that miss from Ostlund. I thought he was beginning to look really, really good. Beautiful 180 there from Scott Baker. You could see the shake of the head from Ostlund when the double 10 went in.
134.
Really enjoyed this game. It's got better as it went on. Just see by the averages there that but the difference has been those 3 missed darts, a double A from Ostlund. The darts in the last leg would go to Scott Baker if we do go the distance.
125.
There's a real focus about Ostlund.
60. $97.
We did say at the start of the game, but it often is when Scott Baker's played, but two contrasting styles. The super speed from Baker and Ostlund with that hocus pocus focus.
60.
You had me coughing with that one.
81.
Once again, it's going right down to the wire.
Scott
Baker will be hoping to return on a type of finishes. He'll have been practicing before this game, but will he get a chance? Because that's plumb.
126. Scott, you require 101.
He's done that a couple of times, hasn't he? But he can still do a very capable 2-darter. Ostlund will be back.
45. Anton, you require 28.
Can he use that? Wrong side of the tram lines. 7-7.
14.
Not found either, so a chance now
Scott,
for Baker.
Require 56.
To cement the victory.
Game shot.
And Baker beats Ostlund in the second match of the day. The Mod gets a win in his opener. It's a 4-2 success for Scott Baker in that one. Average slightly lower actually than that of Ostlund, who missed 8 darts at double in that game. Baker actually missed one more, but managed to hit enough to get the victory. Good win for him. Ostlund's struggles continue. We're going to see a debutant coming up after the break as Luke Smith takes on the scary Scotsman, Chucky, Jim McEwan.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are
around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will
we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Halloween special, and Jim McEwan has got that terrifying tartan garment on. Chucky, look at that, menacing. And this game really should be child's play for McEwan. He's taking on a debutant here at the Super Series, Luke Smith, who is an ADC qualifier in this venue for the first time in his career, having qualified through one of the northern events, playing his darts up in Chester, 35 years of age, and looking for a debut dream. Jim McEwan hoping to inflict a nightmare on his opponent, the 57-year-old, who does have a great A game in his locker, and that game took him to the title in Series 5.
Yes, it was September the 8th this year that Luke Smith qualified through the very, very tough Northwest Regional qualifiers. Beat Danny Ayres in the final. Good player is Danny. Some really players. But in the semi-final was one named Carl Sneed, who's done really, really good things. A left-hander who's been on the Modus Super Series a few times. So some really good names. Just looking at his averages there.
Game on.
He could be a big ass today. He is playing county darts for Clwyd. He's got good people around him. He's had good advice. He looked a little bit nervy in practice at times, a little bit snatchy. Maybe that's just the style of his throw, but I think that release
56.
and everything just needs to be a little bit smoother if he wants to go on in the field. But I can't even begin to tell you how nerve-wracking it is up there right now for him. But he's proud to be here. He's come through that qualifier. Tough ass to start, though, against
60.
Chucky.
Yeah, I can do this because it's Halloween, but you know all about nightmares on that stage, don't you, Glenn?
I told him that, actually. I told David as well. I said, you know, the questions I'm asking is because I'm on the back of
43.
playing 8 and lost 8 on there. So I know what it's like to go on there, but you're only one win away. And I said that about Luke. I think he could settle very quickly. And I'm sure when he looked at the timetable today of the players, when you're opening matches against the standout player you're feeling in this group, seeing Jim McEwan, probably not what he wanted. But on the positive side, the optimistic side, if he got a win over Jim, that could really settle him down. We can just spraying them about a little bit.
81.
This evening we will return at 10 p.m. for the graveyard shift. More tungsten tricks and treats. Henry Deacon will be alongside Glenn Durrant.
60.
It's Glenn Dracula today. Come on.
Apologies. Thanks for the correction. Gary Stone, Gravestone against Marvin Van Velzen in the
43.
opening match. Shane Hayward, Scott Taylor and Mark Bloodbridge. Taking all Deacon's puns away from him there, haven't I, Glenn?
100.
I'm sure he'll still take the credit for them. You can just see the pace is just totally different right now. Two methodical players.
140.
Holds that dart right at the bottom of the barrel, does Lusoith. The angles of the darts will be different, whereas Chucky's, when he gets it right. And it hasn't always been like what he's producing right now. He's had some sticky moments this week.
130. Luke, you require 138.
An opening opportunity for Luke Smith to make a name for himself. McEwan will come back, and it'll be 15 and tops for Chucky.
69. Jim, you require 55.
And when it just creeps into the big number.
15.
I want to say the doubles
you require
always go, but
69.
Luke has a chance on this 69. This really would. I keep using the word settle him down. Must hit the big number. And that's the problem. That jerky throw, he just doesn't look like he's settled right now.
49. Jim, you require 40.
Well, 3 darts at tops, only one outcome usually when this man's at the hockey. His cover shooting's been okay this week. Double 10 has been there for him when tops hasn't.
30.
But it's a horror start
Luke, you require
in
20.
that department. 5 darts missed at double, and Luke Smith gets a open invitation here to hold his throw,
It's on
and
the
does.
first leg, Luke Smith.
And you can see his mouth wide open there. You don't often
Second
get a
leg,
gift on
it's Jim to
Halloween.
go first. Game on.
But maybe that was just a little treat there from Jim.
I still feel like McEwan needs to blow off a few cobwebs this week.
97.
Haven't seen that best form that saw him win that Series 5. In fact, I don't think we've seen it since then, if I'm honest. He did reach the final of the first double trouble week, but other than that, I haven't really seen
59.
A-grade Jim McEwan.
Yeah, it's a stage he loves. I always think when you get over your 50s as well, starting in that group, I mean, John Henderson proved us wrong by going through Group A and then taking a
78.
weekly title. And for Jim, I mean, he's the best player in this Group C, but is he playing the best, I guess, is the real question. You can see the angle, the way they're going. That's not because of it, just the way he holds his darts. Well done, Luke. First 118 at the Modus Super Series, and he is beginning to settle.
Well, he's only had 1 dart at double. He's hit that. He's had a 180 now, and suddenly a match that looked like Jim McEwan was going to
43.
march to victory, and is turning towards his opponent. Following this, Mayle takes on Baker, then McEwan meets Huntley before Ostlund sees
25.
Smith on the stage in Game 6. We'll have 15 freaky fixtures for you today. Well, this afternoon we've got another 10 more
134.
matchups this evening. Let's hope they all RIP it up.
Yes, I am sure they will with the calibre of players. Will Gary Gravestone deliver the tombstone?
81. Jimmy require 149.
Treble 19 will be the dart. Can't find it. Smith limbering up in the background.
64. Luke, you require 156.
Yes, he's progressing very nicely, Luke, in that northwest
60.
area.
Jim, you require 85.
Maybe have a little chat about where he's going in the next leg as McEwan looks at this 85.
$65. Luke, you require
7 missed dart at a double. Just not something you'd associate with Jim McEwan. And more worrying on his favoured tops and tens. Decision to be made here. It's a double-double. As he persevering with that treble 20. It looked really awkward, didn't it?
56. Jim, you require
Time to
20.
deliver, Jim.
Game shot on his second
And
leg.
this time
Jim
he
McEwan.
does. Find the target. That'll be a relief for
Third
Chucky.
leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, win a lot of vaults. ADC vaults is Luke Smith in the area. In particular, the ones on a Friday night, which Stuart Kellett runs. What a throw he had in his day.
44.
But unfortunately, one of those players, Chris, that I can't stand the fact that they're changing the darts, changing the points, changing the flights, thinking it's going to make them a better player. His name in the northwest area, in Chester area, is Peter Wright.
140.
Or Peter Fright. See what I did there? I'm here all week.
I used to do the puns around here.
58.
Good to see you getting in the spirit of things, Glenn.
I'm absolutely delighted to be dressed like this. It's a real momentous moment for me.
If you were wondering, he still is in full regalia.
96.
I'm just pleased you made an effort.
Well, it was better than the white tablecloth I was going to bring with 2 eyes on. But
134.
nothing to separate. Starting the 19s.
Oh, Robin Hood.
79.
And he would have felt a little richer when he found the treble 20, but no finish. And Smith can leave one if he finds the treble himself.
45. $98. $41. Jim, you require 88.
Just beginning to take control of this matches, Jim. If he could just sort his doubles out. He's outscoring Luke Smith. Has the luxury of going for the 16s. He's going to get an opportunity.
Game shot on the third leg.
Only needs
Jim
the one
McEwan.
dart this time. Different target. It's been the tops and tens, which has been his problem. But so typical of this game
Fourth
that we
leg,
love.
it's Jim to throw first.
Double 12,
Game
pings
on.
it with one dart. Everything looking rosy in the garden again.
Yep, excellent finish from Jim McEwan.
58. $96.
Just a dozen matches to go after this, Glenn. You've still got a few left
60.
in the Halloween dictionary.
Yes, I'm not going in too early.
$58.
Just a real steady pace to this game. But you just sense everything that we thought before, that Jim maybe we'll just have too much experience. We did sort of mention yesterday there was a huge fight for this third place, and usually it's a real big bonus to come if you don't top the group to come second or third. But we highlighted the fact that Group B tonight is stacked. 5 terrific players.
140.
And whoever finished fourth between Marvin Van Velzen at the time and Jim McEwan was going to be the headline act in this Group C. So it could be a blessing in disguise that Jim has come down to this group, especially if he can just get this early win under his belt.
58.
Because usually, as we've seen many times here at the Live Lounge, if he gets on a run, he's very difficult to beat.
Yeah, expecting to see him on Saturday. But it isn't going to be easy. Look, Smith and Mayle, the rank outsiders,
37.
obviously, with a lack of experience here. But the other 4 players, all of them are capable. They've shown that in the past.
$140.
Well, he's had his
Luke,
first
you
180 on
require
the stage as Luke Smith.
170.
Can he back it up with a 170?
$95. Jimmy requires 60. Game shot on the
Nicely
full
done
flag. Jim McEwan.
by McEwan now, who's coasting towards victory here.
Yes, he missed those
Fifth flag.
first
It's
7
Luke to
darts
throw
at a double.
first.
But
Game
now on a
on.
very acceptable 3 from 10 on the outer ring, and things going right. Just nothing will phase him too much. Experience is a great attribute to have and to go back to. You can see in the background there, Jim in deep
57.
thought. Group A campaign he won't want to remember. Did okay on Monday. It just seemed to fall apart on Tuesday. And not something you'd associate with Jim McEwan, but he was just lacking a little bit of consistency. He was having
43.
a couple of darts coming out of his hands just where he wasn't getting the timing right, and usually in high-pressured situations. And that's why I feel if he can go top of the table and win his opening couple of games, he could be tough to beat. But
125.
Luke just beginning to find his range.
Yeah, just said wow as he lost it for that final dart there, but the first 2 were on point. Has only had 1 dart double though.
93. $60.
Yeah, Jim waiting for his first maximum of the day. And 100 points behind. He could do with a couple of trebles.
100.
Gets 1. Now I may have to think about where he goes.
99.
As he does. Jim McEwan should think about where he goes at the start of this visit.
Yeah, not the greatest of counters we've certainly learned this week. But I think when every player now sees 265, you just associate it because a single 19 even would leave a finish.
95.
2 big
Luke,
finishes.
You require 160.
Both need 260s. And Luke Smith ain't going to get them. So can McEwan produce a big fish finish?
140.
Under some pressure.
Jimmy require 170.
Yeah, good moment here for Luke Smith. He'd expect to be back and will be back.
Only had 1 dart at double hit it. That dart was at double 10. Smith will get a go at that same target again.
60. Luke, you require 20. Game shot on the
Good
fifth flag. Luke
clutch
Smith.
last dart that from Luke Smith.
Yeah, the good thing for
Sixth
Luke
flag.
is
It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
he's used to winning games at the moment. That's what them ADC vaults are all about. You get 5, 6, 7 games a night at times. So there'll be no fear if he can get close to the winning line.
85.
But can Jim serve it out? He has the darts in this. What he's hoping will be the last leg. But that smoothness in the throw is just beginning to come now. Like I say, you'll see some crazy angles because of the grip of the dart rather than anything, not because of the tension in Luke Smith, who's probably feeling a lot more settled now. He's got a couple of legs under his belt. And it's Jim who's beginning to spray them about a little bit.
32. $78.
Well, McEwan needs to be mindful here. To be careful of not
40.
slipping on a banana skin.
Well, I think 2 of those 3 darts, they're the worrying darts for him, where he just looks a little bit awkward. Luke Smith has to punish that.
81.
Is that enough? 60 points ahead, would have the darts in the last leg. This match is now in the balance. Can Jim find more of that? Because that looks ideal. It's begging for more. For his first 180 of the day.
180.
Brilliant strike from Jim McEwan just when it was needed.
Yes, he's the highest hitting 180 player of the week. That's his 23rd.
96.
Can he
Jimmy
back it up because he's got 6 starts on this 164?
Fancies it, does he? He does. And the bull. Oh, so close.
139.
That would have been a super spell of 6 darts. Will return for the remainder. Didn't have to go for the bull. He just fancied it because he'd hit all of the previous 5 targets.
125.
Well, plenty of pressure on this
Jimmy
25, but
required
usually
25.
so good in this situation. He's gone back to that double 12 he hit to get his first leg today. Will it prove the right decision?
1. Lukey requires 63.
So a chance for Smith to not just stay in it, but effectively make himself favourite here because he would have the darts in the decider. I'm not sure what he's going for there. Glenn, have you got any?
Yeah, I think the secret on 63 is always the last digit. 13 was the shot, but he's given himself the dart.
43.
Just a little bit messy, wasn't it? It's
Jimmy
one of those
requires
finishes.
24.
But I think the 13 should have been the first dart as Jim McEwan. He's been solid without being spectacular. And for his first 2 points of the day, it's double 3.
18.
I could only think he was
Lukey
going for treble 11, but that would have
required
left double 15, Luke Smith. I mean, he has shown a preference for double 10 in this game. It's his next door neighbour. No, you're on double 10 now. Going for the double 15. Well, on the wire. But a miss is as good as a mile, and that one is a mile away. And McEwan
Jimmy
now
requires
surely will
6.
put him away.
Four. Lukey required 10.
Just not what you expect. Luke Smith
Game shot on a 6
is now
flag.
right
Luke
back, and it
Smith.
might be a shake of the head there. Doesn't matter how you get your 2 points on debut. Lovely touch there from
7
Jim McEwan
final
because
leg. It's Luke to throw first. Game on.
he'd be extremely disappointed. He knows, you can just see there, he doesn't often give too much away. Big chance here for Smith.
Yeah, this is not
83.
how the script was written. Smith sending shivers down the spine of Jim McEwan.
$140.
But that just sends a warning to Smith. You're going to have to be on it in this leg.
140.
He looks so much better than in his opening couple of darts in this one, Luke. Kind of begin to tell you the benefit if he can get 2 points, get up and running. But Jim McEwan now finding his best dart at the end of this match.
140. $81.
So it's well poised, this, in the balance. Can't stay there, can he?
Like I say, you're not sure what he does because he's not the best of counters.
42.
And the fact that you've got that indecision then while you're standing on the hook here, all you're doing is opening the door for Luke Smith. It's a wow. He's a flicker of a dart, you can see. And when it doesn't go right, he should really go back upstairs.
96.
That would have left a straight ton there, so maybe his mind's a bit of a mush at the moment.
Yeah, both players with some mind-melting decisions in this final leg. But McEwan now puts himself in with a shout, unless Smith can magic up the best checkout of the game to win the game. Oh, he's pulled the last dart, and McEwan will come back.
46.
Yes, will he regret that? You'd often say game over, but this is not the normal version of Jim McEwan. But it's good enough for 2 points. He gets over the line in the end. Lots of troubles throughout that game, and on debut, I'm sure Luke Smith will see some positive from there, but a real missed opportunity, a match dart opportunity for Luke Smith. But Jim McEwan, I'm sure he'll be a better player for that win now. He'll go back. He was round about the 80 average, but one area he'll want to improve on is those doubles. A lot of the damage was done early in this match, but Jim McEwan gets his 2 points as we move on to game 4. It's the return of David Mayle against Scotty Baker.
Welcome back to the Modus Spooky Series here at the Dead Lounge in Portsmouth. And we have the fourth of 15 fiery fixtures for you today. It's a meeting between Scott Baker, who got a victory in his opener 4-2, and David Mayle, who had the nightmare start, 4-0 defeat at the hands of Mike Huntley in his first match of this group. And he's on a long losing streak now that spans more than a couple of days. Mayle won his third match on Monday. His only win came against Anton Ostlund.
Game on.
And it's now the unlucky 13 in terms of matches lost in a row. Can he change that here, or will Baker double up
94
and take maximum points from his opening 2?
Yes, it was a case of deja vu for David Mayle.
6.
He was hoping to get off in this Group C campaign. It didn't happen, and again, it just hasn't fell nicely for him. His second game against Scott Baker.
76.
But he has to find solutions to the problem. You can mope and moan and worry about who you're playing, or you can really dig deep.
100.
Has been a 9-darter in the
100.
Pro Tour events taking place. Dave Chisnell producing perfection.
100. 30.
Do you have a favourite 9-dart finish, Glenn?
54.
More because it was funny. It was one at Chelsea, and what I didn't realise was Ross Montgomery was on the board next to me. In the old BDO days, the boards were really close together.
50.
And I celebrated a little bit too loud. He was 3-3, lost the game, and come looking for me.
59.
Should have worn your cloak.
David,
It never
you
found
require
you.
150. 34.
Fun fact as well, that's the first 9-darter to ever occur on Halloween.
Scott, you require 128.
Actually, I should have said the only mixed pairs 9-darter, shouldn't I, really?
92.
I think I'll be the
David,
only
you
one to get one
require
at the Influence event
116.
as well, December the 1st, as David Mayle looks at this 116.
$46.
Scott Baker,
Scott,
who
you
opened up
require 36.
with a comfortable win in Game 2. Looking good here to take the opener.
Game shot on the first leg, Scott Baker.
Yeah, it's not a
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
massively
Game
famous
on.
darting day, the 31st of October, but Johnny Clayton did win the World Series finals on it in
87.
2021. Glenn, you actually won the World Cup team event on Halloween 2015. Do you remember that one?
Was that Canada or Turkey?
83.
You were in a team at the Limra Hotel and Resort.
125.
Yeah, there was a real sad ending to that for me. I didn't go and get my medal.
Oh, okay. Sorry to bring it up. Scott Mitchell, Jamie Hughes, Mark McGeaney were the teammates.
42.
Yeah, I didn't go because I was fighting with the Irish guys. Can you believe that? Me?
99.
That was horrible those days. Big baby, I lost the game and sulked and wouldn't go for me trophy.
40.
And who'd have thought shouting big baby?
Yeah, we'll put that together at some point.
Wow! Jordan Matthews into house.
60.
Sad sight, 2 darts on the floor. It'll be
100.
big baby face
you
next,
require
won't it? Michael Huntley
130.
taking on Jim McEwan. You could
94.
let Scott Baker off for having a sulk now, but he hasn't, has he? He's just got on with it.
Oh, I don't think he's got a bad bone in his body.
42.
One of the most likeable
Scotty
players. It was
require
double 18 in the
36.
first leg.
18.
David joins the
Scott, you
bounce
require
out party.
18. Game shot on the
2-0.
second leg, Scott Baker.
And what started so perfect for David Mayle? He won his second game of the week.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
It's
Game
all
on.
gone sadly wrong since then. It's in there, but too many of those drifts into the ones and fives.
66.
I think his whole week, Chris, was demonstrated in those 3 darts there.
140.
Yeah, you can just see the confidence filling up for Scott Baker as well. It almost like he knows he's going to win the match. Don't mean any disrespect to David Mayle, but he's battling with
66.
himself now, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I look at things technically these days, and it's the alignment, and I think a lot of that's to do with the fact that he's got
81.
this incredible body movement. He starts on the right, does David, you can just see an awful lot of movement right across his body there, and if you're not letting go of the dart in this same point each time,
58.
whereas Scott Baker's got that very effortless throw. Ping, bring it back through the line, you're coming back.
140.
Simple and effective.
Yeah, I've said many times that I see that throw as very
45.
similar
Scott, you require
aspects to sort of Fallon
140.
Sherrick, so it can be corrected.
100.
Simple and effective once again from Scott Baker. He cruised through in his first game of the day against Anton Ostlund. He's looking good for 2 out of 2.
99.
And this for a 3-0 lead.
Scott, you require 40.
There it
Game shot
is.
on the third leg, Scott Baker.
Baker, 3 legs to the good. I was mentioning things that had happened on Halloween in
flag,
darts
it's Scott
before.
to
Glenn
throw
noticed
first.
another one. World
Game on.
Masters 2010, won by Wolfie. Great day for the Adams family. Martin Adams, 7th over Stuart
140.
Kellett, who we've seen here at the Super Series.
Yeah, we mentioned Stewart a moment ago, didn't we? With Luke Smith winning his competitions that he's
74.
running, the vaults, so still involved in the game as Stewart. I just remember him coming down to the Cleveland Open and a throw to die for. I think he's going to go on to
59.
do really big things in the game.
And don't forget, tonight we'll be revealing the lineup for next week, and I can tell you that is scary.
140.
I sort of feel a little bit of empathy towards these ADC qualifiers who are often now just thrown right to the wolves, aren't they? It's really, really difficult. The standard of players that are playing week in, week out of the Super Series is rising. And while that ADC qualification route is really important and gives them that experience, that chance for anybody to play here,
108.
when they get here, they're into the lion's den.
Yeah, you do worry what this is going to do for David Mayle. What started as the perfect week and something he's been looking forward to.
43. Scott,
It's
you
turned into
require
a
64.
Haunting experience for him as Scott Baker saw that winning line, sprinted his way through it.
shot,
4-0
and the match,
victory.
Scott Baker.
2 wins out of 2. The perfect start for the likeable Scott Baker. And poor David Mayle is having a nightmare experience right now. But we talked about Scott Baker being that streaky player, plays with a smile, plays with real rhythm, and dominated that with every statistic, meaning David Mayle didn't even get a dart or a double. But Scott Baker, he's up and running, he's top of the table. We move on to Game 5. It's Jim McEwan against Mike Huntley.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Shot,
Only needs the one.
Game Shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanowski.
saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's been dead good so far. If you're wondering what we're doing, it is our Halloween special today. And we now have a meeting between a couple of players who both had wins, but I think one will be much happier than the other. Michael Huntley breezed past David Mayle without dropping a leg, whereas Jim McEwan was taken right down to a last leg decider and kind of fell over the line against the ADC qualifier and debutant today in Luke Smith. Now McEwan on
First
paper
leg. It's Jim to throw
has been
first.
more of a talismanic
Game
title winner in his career, but Huntley certainly the more standout performer in the first match.
Do you know, we've talked an awful lot about the rhythm of Jim McEwan this week. I mean, I think he even sort of
55.
experimented with speeding up his game an awful lot compared to that pace that is so synonymous to his game. But we just sensed in that opening game, whether it was the first one of Group C, the fact it was involved in a real tight match with Luke Smith, but he almost grinded to a halt, which I don't think was suiting his. I think he's just fighting with his throw right now. And I think that leads to that type of dart where you can see the body and the arm sort of come into it.
60.
So it's not all perfect for Jim McEwan, but at the same time, he is the best player in this group. And maybe his B game for the majority will get him through. We're still
41.
really searching for that real massive game from him.
Well, he felt slowed down there, stepped back before Chucky chucks his darts.
A match more that we used to see, and now on the seniors tour.
60.
The other pair both applying the trade with the World Seniors,
101.
where my good colleague Glenn Durrant will be on the hockey in a week's time in Sunderland.
A week? God, you're right. I have brought me darts today.
125.
So in between sessions, if I don't tell the bosses, I might have a little throw on that stage there, but I know we're not supposed to, but hopefully there's no cameras in here.
Well,
139.
I think there is a rule that actual dart players can practice on the stage, Glenn, so you'll have to do it on the floor.
That's decent, I'll give you that one.
Switching. Brilliant to tee up one of his favoured doubles, double 12.
Like you require, 120.
Great camera work here, as you can see the first one going. The second one,
80.
actually seen him
Jimmy
bend the wire.
required 24.
Quite fitting for that camera operator as well that it's Halloween, because you never actually see him, do you? The invisible cam. Double
Yeah, he's on
12
the
is
first
very
leg,
visible for
Jim
Jim
McEwan.
McEwan, who takes the lead.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Yes, he was down at the ADC National Finals in Middlesbrough last week, was Mike Huntley. Opened up with a win
60.
over one of our local Teesside players, Lewis Whitehead, and then fell short in the last 64 against Carl Davies. Terrific competition won by Thomas Banks, and he beat Gary Stone in the final. Gary will be here tonight in an incredible Group B. I really am looking forward to that one. It's just, you try picking 3 players from that. It's going to be really tough. I think they'll be deserving. I think they'll be playing a real big part. Whoever qualifies in that Group B will fancy their chances on Saturday night.
By the way, places are filling up for the ADC Global Championship that takes place here at the Super Series in
80.
December. And you mentioned the seniors too, Glenn. Well, there is actually a qualifier for over 50s. Seniors qualifier at Longton Snooker Club in Stoke on the 23rd of
100.
November. And if you're over 50 and can chuck a dart, have a go. You might get here. There's an £85,000 prize fund for that event, so definitely worth giving it a go. I can just see Glenn alongside me doing his entry now.
125.
Dartshop.t. Won't let me in.
100.
And the ADC providing plenty of chances, and the year will end with their showpiece tournament, the Global Championships, over 2 weeks here at the Super Series, and the Grand Finals on Sunday, the 23rd of December.
Mikey required
22nd of December, sorry.
156.
Perfect.
100.
Yeah, I like this
Jimmy
version of Mike
required
Huntley today.
57.
He looks confident, but he's up against Jim McEwan producing the game we've been searching for. This has been his problem. Normally so clever, so good, so clinical on tops and tens. He's just
17.
having it. You're waiting for that
Mikey
to start
required
going.
56.
Chance for Huntley to go level.
2 darts at the same target.
Game shot on the second
And the
leg.
outcome
Mike
is that
Huntley.
Huntley does square up.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
A little nod there from Mike Huntley. Maybe when you get up there against James, maybe a little bit of doubt, is this is the one game I may struggle in. I think that nod of the head is a little bit of belief coming into Mike
95.
Huntley's game, knowing that Jim's not at his A+ standard. This could be a real tight affair. Clash of styles, Mike.
83.
Very quick. And that battle-hardened, wonderful match player in Jim McEwan.
$100.
The grouping's not been too bad on the treble, has it? You're right about the double trouble that he's faced this week, particularly on his top target.
100. $59. $95.
A tidy game this, but if he is missing the target, Mike, it's often with that third dart as well. I did criticise him a little bit when I was last commentating him, where he's almost walking on the last dart.
140.
Really good scoring from Jim McEwan in this game.
Yeah, it's been more powerful from him. It's been pretty much one treble visit for
59.
Mike
Jimmy
Huntley throughout the
required
match at best.
107.
And one treble required here for McEwan to get a double. And he's got it already. He will persevere with double top.
87.
And again, he can't find it.
Mike, you require 164.
Yeah, right. Around about 30% this week on the doubles is Jim McEwan, but I think more worrying is the fact that the majority are at his desired target of tops and tens.
52.
On Monday,
Jim,
there was a magnet
20.
in double 10. He could barely miss it. You sense that's where the problems are.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, this
Jim
time
McEwan.
it goes right for McEwan, who leads again 2-1 to the Scots.
Fourth flag. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Following this one,
41.
Ostlund's showdown with Smith.
Yeah, I was just sort of sat thinking there, who's the sixth player in this group? Are we already seeing that divide between McEwan and Baker as the two main players? Huntley round about them, but it's time for Ostlund to come to the
140.
party. And he's up next against Luke Smith, who'll be still searching, of course, for his first victory at the Modus Super Series.
81.
I mean, just to show the domination of Scott Baker in that last game, he won it in 8 minutes and 11 seconds, which has already been surpassed
6.
after only 3 legs on these two. That's what you get when you come up against Scott Baker. So quick, and if he does win 4-0, it's over and done in seconds. Superb from Huntley.
100.
Absolutely superb.
Yeah, and the Halloween nightmare for David Mayle is he's lost both of his matches 4-0. 8 legs played, 8 legs lost. Huntley got all 4 against him as well.
Yeah, his first 180 of the day. Real positive signs from Mike Huntley.
134.
Positive signs from Jim McEwan on the scoring. If you can just put it all together, maybe Jim McEwan is just peaking at the right time.
80. Jimmy require 167.
We saw him miss the ball earlier on for a 164. Doesn't get a go at it for the 167.
139.
But leaves it very, very
Mike,
handy
you
indeed.
require
And might be a relief to go for a
119.
different double if he gets a go at that double.
Yeah, 119. You know what to do if you get the single number. Now he may stop, because it's almost like you're expecting to hit the 19 to go treble 20 tops. It is 62 points left, but you can see that the mentality of a player is you're expecting to hit the single on that 119. But it's going to be bullseye.
94.
Couldn't find it.
Jimmy required 28.
I'm going to make a prediction that Jim McEwan hits this. Different double. Different outcome.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Jim
3-1.
McEwan.
You've been a medium this week. He did give the 170 shout on
Fifth
Monday
flag
morning.
is
Fair
Jim
play.
to throw first.
Everyone that's
Game
seen me in
on.
this costume will know I'm definitely a large.
Yes, mine's a one size fits all. And that still was nearly too big for it.
125. $100.
I did have an appointment with a psychic, Glenn, but it was cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances.
Boom, boom, boom.
$85.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a great Modus spooky series. I can feel it in my bones.
Well, who at the moment is fearing the worst? You'd have to say David Mayle.
Yeah.
Luke Smith, I mean, he got
43.
4-3 against McEwan.
Yeah,
Maybe he's one to watch. The next game might tell us a lot, actually. Ostlund against Smith.
yeah. I thought the two players who were the headliners are Scott Baker and Jim
100.
McEwan. Jim's only a leg away. Scott's already got 4 points on the board. And I thought Ostlund is the one who's beginning to frustrate now, because I just felt that was a disappointing loss to him. He's got an opportunity against Luke Smith. He'll go into that one as favourite.
57.
He can still play a part. And Mike Huntley, I've seen enough from him where I think he'll play some sort of role in this Group C. But so far, the headline acts are doing what they need to do.
100.
Good last start from Huntley to give himself an opportunity on the 101.
$137.
Yeah,
Mikey
wonderful
require
setup there.
101.
And you sense with the doubles beginning to go now for McEwan. This needs to go. 86 points left. Needed the treble 18 for double 16.
93. Jimmy require 54.
So this for the match. Can he find his range on tops?
34. Mikey require 8.
Is it time for Jim McEwan to start avoiding tops? It's not going for him at the
Shot on the
moment.
fifth leg,
Mike Huntley
Mike Huntley.
gets a leg that he should have lost, really. And McEwan still has work to do. Dart
Sixth
players
leg, it's
often
Mike to throw
described as
first.
stubborn, Glenn
Game
Durrant.
on.
I'm sure you know that description all too well, but should they sometimes be a little bit more adaptable, a little bit more versatile?
Well, he's gone for double 12. He's hit it first dart. He's gone for double 14. He's hit that first dart. But when you see the score of 54, you don't start thinking, am I hitting tops? They're so used to going at one way for a certain finish. It's very difficult to suddenly start changing from there. And the expectation that the tops will come at some time.
I'm just going to counter that with 1 point, that when Jim McEwan's on 108, he goes the 18s route. And when he's got 54 left with 2 darts on that route, he's 18, double 18.
121.
Yeah, because the 108 in your mind is treble 18, single 18, double 18. You don't think when you hit the treble 18 first dart, similar on the 119 finish. As I sort of talked about there, Huntley's expecting to hit the single 19 because he knows what the second dart's going to be.
93.
You then see him have to stop. So it's also the trained for certain finishes, and it's difficult to change that mid-game.
Well, we'll see if the lack
100.
of pragmatic play comes back to haunt Jim McEwan on Halloween.
$83.
He won his opener 4-3. And Huntley, if you can find a couple of trebles here, there's one.
100.
Could be looking good to go the distance again. So Jim McEwan being tested to the max this morning. Afternoon.
It'll soon be evening and we'll have another session of darts for you tonight. As the darkness
82.
descends on the live lounge.
Mikey
Do join us
require
from 10 p.m. for Group
120.
B. That's Huntley here. Hunting the treble 20. Can't find it.
60. Jimmy require 103.
It's a very conservative dart. The first one. Will he be back for that score of 60? He's not looking. He is now. Now he can get on with the job. You can just see him take a sip of his water.
47.
And that usual pre-throw
Mikey
routine.
require 60.
It's not the end of the world the way he throws a dart. Quite a flat dart. Doesn't need to move.
50.
Right, come on, Jim. 20 double
Jimmy
18.
require 56.
I'll eat my hat if he does.
Glenn Durrant's hat is off the menu.
Game
Jim
shot
McEwan
of the match.
proves
Jim McEwan.
that perseverance pays as he lands tops to defeat Mike Huntley 4-2 and to make it 2 from 2 in Group C. Very good start from McEwan. He is very happy about that. 90 average in the end from Jim McEwan. Did miss a few darts at double in the game, but that was a much better performance from Chucky, who gets a victory that sees him take maximum points in his first couple of games. Coming up next, 2 players without any points on the board. Anton Ostlund up against the debutant Luke Smith.
Hang on a minute.
Oh my gone. But that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Yeah, match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Spooky Series. It's game 6 and the table's just beginning to take shape. And Anton Ostlund, who's just taken his darts out, his move has to start right now. He goes into this game against debutant Luke Smith, who was unlucky in his first game. He took Jim McEwan the full distance, but missed the match start to tops in that game. And for Anton Ostlund, a player I felt would do really well this week. His competition for me starts right now. He lost his opening game against the very impressive Scott Baker, who's won 2 out of 2 to match Jim McEwan.
First leg, it's Anton to throw first.
A little pat.
Game on.
Fist pump. But for me, Murph, the competition starts right now for this man. He has to win this game.
Yeah, can Anton Ostlund get going here? Should have changed his nickname for the day, shouldn't he? One Skeleton.
$27.
Luke Smith is, to my knowledge, a man with no nickname, but he might make a name for himself
42.
if he can get a victory in this one.
$96. $81.
Yeah, Ostlund was in the World Youth Championship last week. He's been a regular on the development tour. Had big wins. He's had wins over Vessel Nyman this month. Nathan Rafferty.
31.
Nico Springer. And I mentioned Nico Springer and Nyman because they've dominated the development tour. He's played on the European stage in September where he beat Dirk van Duivenbode. So everything was
57.
looking good when you looked up on Anton Ostlund. But that stage just hasn't been for him this week. Yes, it was a tough Group A, but we expected just a little bit better. However, we began to saw what I wanted to see from him yesterday. But how does he bounce back from that opening loss? Because you don't want to lose too many early doors in this Group C, because it's almost impossible, especially when you've got players there already unbeaten.
42. Just for the first time, maybe sensing some negative body language from Anton. Shoulders a little bit slumped, wandering back like he doesn't really want to be here. Very difficult to get a read on him. But just sort of noticed that as he trotted back there, he's finding it all a little laboured. 134.
Yeah, we talked about the sort of the Scandinavian mentality where you don't get an awful lot from them. He must realise he's the better player out of the two of them right now. If anything,
94.
Should have a little bounce in the
50.
step right now, because this is for a 1-0 lead, hold a throw.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well,
Anton Ostlund. That might change things. That might give him that little spring in the step.
Even
Second leg.
even a
It's Luke
fist
to throw
pump.
first. Game on.
Even something just to let us know that he wants it desperately. But like I say, it's part of his personality. Maybe one of his strategies is to keep it all within himself.
43. $100.
Yeah, it was a really ropey start from the pair in that leg one. You just sense that Ostlund is beginning to find his range. And it'd be delighted to see the fact that Luke is, when he's missing away from that desired target. In this situation, Chris, I would try and run my own race. I'd try and win in 15 and break in 12, win in 15. Well, there's the first sort of reaction from him there. When you know you're the better player.
58. $57. $60. Getting more and more intrigued by this throw of Luke Smith the more I watch it. He's holding the dart between fingertip and thumb right at the front of the barrel and then really flicking it out of the hand. Very, very unorthodox 94. style.
Yeah, I mean, a flicker is a big part of the game. You'll see he doesn't have a full follow-through of a dart. But the fact he's holding it right at the bottom as well. So it looks unorthodox. It looks a bit
60.
quirky. And you'll get that angle of the dart to the left, to the right. Whereas when Anton gets it right, it looks so smooth and brilliant.
134.
Just want to see more of that.
Well, this puts him in a good position to break Anton. 56 when he returns, and Smith will have his work cut out now to leave a finish. 80. Manages to do so. Anton, you require 56. $36. Luke, you require 140.
Just a little nervy look over to Luke Scott. Anton will expect to be back. Luke has shown some flashes of brilliance. He's had that 180 in the opening game, but he hasn't really come onto the stage in this one like I anticipated he would. I thought the early nerves had gone.
20.
But a big chance for Ostlund to get this one by the scruff of the neck. That's exactly what he does. But again, his shoulders go down rather than a reaction that he's just won a leg.
Third leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on. $140. Really is starting to impose himself in this match. 2-leg lead. Good start to leg 3 on throw. But good response from Smith. 140.
And a much better angle of entry as well there for Luke. Yes, he reeled off a few names of
60.
people he's been chatting with, lives in that area, like I said, with James Beaton in that Chester area, Mike Warburton, who's such a stalwart here at the Modus Super Series. knows people like Mike Huntley.
27.
I think he travelled down with Shane Hayward as well, but good friends with Shane, who we'll see tonight.
58.
Loving the colours in the background.
$134.
I wonder if it does make it feel a little bit worse for the players when they lose matches and they wander off into that sort of eerie setting.
137.
Let me tell you, when you've lost the game, you just take 3 of those stairs at a time. You haven't got a clue what's going on around you. You're just so angry. You want to, you know what you can
10.
do. And then things like that happen.
Anton, you require 106.
For a 3-0 lead. Smith having his problems. Ostlund beginning to find his range. Well, can't hit that desired treble 18, but
98.
will be back.
Yeah, nothing Smith can do. We'll just leave that one in, that's okay.
40.
He would have been on a finish.
Anton, you require 8.
But it's 4-4 for Anton Ostlund to lead 3-0.
Game shot
We
of
could
third
be
leg.
seeing
Anton Ostlund.
another massacre here at the Modus Super Series.
Fourth flag, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
It's the loneliest place to be. Lots of shaking of the head there from Luke Smith. We saw positives in that opening game, but he knows it's just not working. And it can be the most disheartening game.
65.
You just want to put this game to bed. But someone once said to me, you're only a dart away from success. But you don't think like that when you're up there, you're 3-0 down and way on where you want to be.
$85.
Yeah, this has been a real struggle for Smith, hasn't it?
57.
And maybe, in a way, just what Ostlund needed. Even though he hasn't produced an A-grade performance, a 4-0 win will do wonders for the confidence.
Yeah, he'd have a big game.
96.
Game 3 for Anton Ostlund against that player also on the periphery of the top 2 in Mike Huntley. So that will be a big game. This looks like it's going to be a confidence booster.
180.
And his first 180 of the day.
$57. Anton, you require 164.
Made the referee, Jack Gorwood, scream. The 180 to inflict
94.
more misery on Luke Smith. And Anton will return for 70 to win the match 4-0.
$40. Anton, you require 70.
Treble 18 or treble 10, the option. It's the treble 18. 4 tops.
30. Luke, you require 158.
Big ask here for Luke Smith to stay alive, and it's not going to happen. So Ursula will return with 3 darts now at that top target.
41. Anton, you
And he will
require
take aim
40.
at double top for a whitewash win.
And it's
Game
also
shot. And the
easy
match,
for Anton
Ostlund.
Ostlund, who gets his first 2 points of the day. Almost apologetic there for Luke Smith. That was a disappointing display there from Luke. He was shaking his head for the majority of that game. The positives were there in the opening match for him. But for Anton Ostlund, 2 points. And he's got a big game coming up for his game 3 against Mike Huntley. But a real bounce in his step as he goes off. As we move on to game 7, it's David Mayle against Jim McEwan.
Welcome back to the Modus Spooky Series, where Group C is bubbling away quite nicely. And this is what we've seen so far. Mike Huntley with a 4-0 win against David Mayle. Scott Baker seeing off Anton Ostlund 4-2. Jim McEwan then getting a last leg decider win against Luke Smith, but it's been much more straightforward since then. Baker seeing off Mayle 4-0. McEwan with a 4-2 win over Huntley. And Ostlund getting his first victory 4-0 against Smith. So Mayle yet to win a leg, taking on McEwan in Game 7. And that, for David Mayle, will be a scary prospect, Glenn Durrant. All right, Pumpkin?
It's almost like they knew you were going to be saying that. Well, expect a 4-2 victory here to Jim McEwan in this game, because they have played each other 3 times already. 3 wins for Jim McEwan, all by that scoreline of 4-2. But you have to say it's an out of sorts David Mayle today. You could just see the confidence drain out of him. And yet to pick up a leg today. Very likeable. Like you said, he's not someone who's any petulance showed. He's not throwing any darts away in anger.
First leg.
It's just the quality hasn't been there today. I'm sure he had hopes and dreams this morning after a disappointing Group A campaign, of course. But a difficult start. Now you have to find a way of bouncing back from that. But again,
97.
Now he walks into Jim McEwan. He's had a tough start to the day.
Yeah, it's McEwan who's hoping to take the headlines come the end of the day, the end of the group. Ready for his daily Mayle meeting.
58. $60.
There is a bit of danger. We saw that with Luke Smith, didn't we, and Jim McEwan earlier on. Sometimes the players that you are expecting to beat can just cause one or two things. One, that you can not try hard enough. The other, you can try too hard.
100.
Yeah, you could expect that they're going to play that spoiler role, but there's just nothing coming back from David right now. There's not an awful lot shown in that game by Luke Smith. It's difficult on debut. Like I said, just getting that early win, like David did in that Group A campaign.
140.
And Jim McEwan will be gaining confidence and confidence. He'll expect after this game to go back
60.
on 6 points. And if he can get 4 wins out of 5, that'll have been the type of minimum Jim McEwan would have expected this morning. But Scott Baker will be his next game. Will it be the battle of the unbeaten players?
98.
I think the first thing for Mayle is just to get a leg in the ledger. That is key for him.
96. Jimmy require.
He will always remember Halloween 2024 if he doesn't, if he goes through the day without winning one. Well, McEwan has not been able to hit tops that much today, yet he went for 2.
60.
I can't think of him. There may be once he's hit tops, but I can't think of a dart when he's hit that target. Mayle.
The last one, wasn't it? The very last start of the previous match when I said he wouldn't, and he did, of course.
41.
I was just trying to save your blushes there, but you've highlighted your own error there as McEwan looks at double 10.
I'm not sure I can blush in this face, to be honest.
Game shot on the first leg, Jim McEwan.
And rather than talk about that double 5 there, just David Mayle was just walking to the hockey there to get that chance.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
And my sort of observation's always been, when you're winning games, McEwan doesn't hit that double 5. When everything is going wrong for you, players just seem to hit it with their last dart.
98.
If you didn't see the start of the show, you can watch the whole thing on our social media channels, and you will be interested to watch the get-up that myself and Glenn Durrant have turned up in today.
43.
Just glad the decision's been made that no fancy dress for tonight. That is a real bonus. Oh, am I lying?
I didn't think it was fair on Henry Deacon to expect him to come and, you know, try and match what I've done this afternoon. I think I've been brilliant.
Yeah. Talk about blowing your own trumpet.
78.
I paid $1.99 for this top as well, and not even a mention of it.
32.
I'm actually quite getting used to this. I think it might just become a permanent solution.
It's a funny because a lot of the staff saying what a joker you are, so maybe
74. $42.
Well, Jim McEwan with the most Halloween-themed shirt, but it is just his standard shirt.
And that's a standard first dart of the brilliant Bess McEwan.
121.
He's hit an incredible amount of 180s this week. I thought that was to add to the collection. And Mayle once again is just floundering.
$60.
It's almost, Chris, I want to go and put my arm around David Mayle. It's a tough place to be losing game after game. Is there any respect here for McEwan to go 20 bull? I'm not sure if that was the 20s or the 18s, Jim.
Cross-come shot, wasn't it? Caught in two minds.
David, you require 170.
Well, this would be a way to get your first leg of the day.
Come on, David, lad. Come on, son.
130.
He tees up tops
Jim, you
inadvertently in the
39.
end. I think it'll be a 15. Okay. Double 18. And he can't take it, and a real chance for Mayle. I'm going to come back to that checkout choice conversation with Glenn Durrant after this leg. But Mayle looking to hoist McEwan by his own petard. 2 10s. There we go. It will not be a legless day for David Mayle. He breaks the throw of Jim McEwan.
Third leg is
he's
David
tops
to throw
10s and
first.
12s, isn't he? And he's
Game
there
on.
on 39, and he's got an opportunity at 15 double 12, and he goes 3 for double 18.
Yeah, some of his decision making this week has been questionable. I was about to say, well, that first leg on the day, will it spark David Mayle? But that is just asking for another 180.
140.
Nothing to separate. The head-to-head, as we mentioned, has been pretty straightforward for Jim McEwan this week. That Group A
42.
campaign, 3 matches, 3 wins for McEwan by 4 legs to 2. But the game's just changed with that check out from Mayle, his first leg of the day. But it seems to have reawoken Jim McEwan.
140. 140.
Well, there is something different now about David having levelled the match. 140 and 140 either side of a scruffy visit.
100.
Yeah, really good leg from both here. How's your setup play, David? Very, very good.
96. Jim, you require 121.
Pressure on McEwan now. Suddenly this game has turned and he finds himself in another battle just like he was with Luke Smith earlier today. Mayle should get at least a dart at the bull when he comes back.
57. David, you require 83.
He should. But some of his big number scoring hasn't been great. Shouldn't miss the big 16. Doesn't miss the big 16. Bullseye.
58.
Closer
Jim,
than
you
last
require
time.
64.
Well, imagine it'll be treble 8, but who knows now with Jim McEwan. It is for tops. In
Game
tops.
shot on the third leg, Jim McEwan.
David
Fourth
Mayle
leg is
saw
Jim
that
to throw
clinical
first.
finish and
Game on.
appreciated it, although internally he won't have. And the irony isn't lost on me. I know a few will be moaning wherever you're watching, saying, Murphy, you said in the previous match McEwan should stop going for certain doubles, and the last leg you were criticising him for not going for them.
Yeah, I've said a million times, it's so easy with this mic in your hand. But until you get on that hockey and you're placed in that situation, you're making split-second decisions. Sometimes you throw a dart and think, what did I do that for? But McEwan's found something.
140.
That's his third 140 in a leg and a bit.
$41.
Yeah, these are the cheap sheets. Cheap seats, fully aware of that. Cheap sheets is what Glenn's wearing.
Best 199 I spent this.
42.
Well, do you know what you can get for 1p more than that? Tickets to the Super Series on a Saturday night. Scan that QR code. That will be the best 2 quid you spend. You could be here this Saturday if you want to be. Tickets are available via dartshop.tv. Any of these Saturday night sessions, plus a couple of specials the next 2 weeks following this week, will have ADC Tour events, the women's ADC Tour finals and the men's ADC Tour finals.
44.
And also in December, the ADC Global Championship tickets on sale for all of those events right now on dartshop.tv, plus exhibitions, including the best players and Glenn Durrant around the country.
Yes, now we'll be given one lucky winner on Saturday night, and the crowd will be getting this Halloween suit because I ain't taking it home with me, that's for sure.
65.
Advantage McEwan right now. He had a real moment, didn't he, in that last leg to David Mayle. Again,
97.
Last dart just leaves him a finish.
Require 150.
But on throw, it's advantage to the Scot. Are we about to see something spooktacular? Double 18, Jim.
132. David, you require 158.
Well, he will return with a choice to make, whether he splits or hits.
95.
And that choice might have just changed with that last dart there from David Mayle. He may have split, but because of that, he's gone direct. Good marker. Can't get any closer.
9. David, you require 63.
And remember, on the finish of 63, the clues in that last number should be the 13s. Once again, miss a big number. It could be a happy accident in the end. 45 points left. So it's double top for 2-2.
43. Jimmy require 9.
He drags them low, doesn't he, when he has those opportunities? I think that's what the indication was with a hand. Will he be punished?
Five.
Again,
David, you require 20.
hard work being made of this by Jim McEwan. And David Mayle says thank you very much. He now has got this game back on throw, has a darts in leg 5.
Fifth flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And very rare you see him do that kind of thing. Obviously not feeling comfortable at the moment.
47.
Who would be in this cauldron of chaos that is the Modus Dead Lounge.
Yeah, we've seen a couple
85.
of indicators this week where he's just been rubbing his elbow and just doing the phantom ghost throw. That wasn't on purpose, that pun, either.
Well, which one, phantom or ghost?
46.
Both. I'll take them both. Take them off my box. So maybe not 100%, Jim, which might answer a few things from this week. But that stereotypical scrapper, that fighter. He loves a game like this normally. He might not portray that
68.
right now. A real chance for David Mayle. And there's been a couple of occasions this week where David's been against opponents who have really dropped off and he hasn't capitalised. He's very, very much in this game. But when you're on this losing streak, it's almost like you forget how to win the match.
$60.
Seems a little struggle for the Scot at the minute. The big problem has been the usual problem this week. 2 out of 13.
53.
Mayle with pretty much half the attempts, but the same number of hits.
It's almost like the demeanour's dragging each other down. As Jim's throwing them darts, he's shaking his head, and behind, David's shaking his head. Might be an idea for David just to maybe look down at the carpet, just
45.
play with your flights, tighten your stems, just do a little bit something, because he's watching every dart that Jim's throwing him. It's almost mesmeric, the throw of Jim McEwan. It can actually suck the energy out if you're watching him. You can just see David just looking at the scoreline there.
82.
He's thinking 210. I'd love a 174.
$125. Jimmy require 148.
148 may have to go here. And it's not going to. And this really would cause a lot of chaos in this group.
94.
A win for Mayle here. He's suddenly
David,
just 2 points behind
85.
McEwan. But he has to find the double 5, and he does. Well,
fifth leg,
Mayle
David Mayle
has the lead here. Jim McEwan in danger of defeat.
But again, he's
Sixth
shaking
leg,
his
it's
head
Jim
there
to
as
the
David.
first. Game on.
You tell Jim that you're happy with that. Fist pump. Nod your head.
It's almost like he's accepting the narrative that he's winning this
82.
game because Jim McEwan's not at his best, rather than just playing the match he's in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why I don't want him to engage with Jim. Don't look at his
58.
darts. Find a different mechanism, what works for him. You know, you'll see so many players go to the water table. You'll see so many players just use this time now. But you can just see he's one of those players that watches every dart. You'll see the head shaking from Jim.
63.
Huge chance. What he'd give for a 140 right now.
When he does get 2 trebles, that's
123.
very, very timely indeed. Can he pressurise further the McEwan throw and avoid the last leg shootout?
Yeah, it's almost like a freebie, this leg for him. He knows he'll have the dart, he'll be the
40.
favourite. But basically now it's almost like a 3-0-1. You've got the throw. If this was a local league game, you'd expect just to see out this game, but it's not.
134.
He's on this incredible run of defeats. But for the first time in a long, long time, he sees that winning line.
$100.
6 darts and 186 in normal circumstances. He'd fancy his chances. And after that dart, David Mayle is a big favourite for this game. Stay straight.
85.
5. That frustrating dart, that lateral drift.
It'll be his first win in 15. Has had chances in other games. In fact, he did miss darts to beat Kurt Parry, the Group A
6.
winner, on
David,
Tuesday.
you require 101.
Can he pull the lever and put Jim McEwan in room 101? Well, he can leave it handy at least.
61. Jimmy require 156.
How's your luck, David Mayle? It might not be, because this will hurt. And that would have been so typical of Jim McEwan.
85. David, you require 40.
Big moment for Mayle, who
Big
slays
shot. And
the
the match,
Scotsman.
David Mayle.
Jim McEwan is defeated, And David Mayle has his first win in 15 games this week. Hasn't had a win since early on Monday, but he got lift off in legs, having lost his first 2 games 4-0 today, and now he's got a win in the column as well, and a 4-2 win against Jim McEwan, favourite to win this group. He's defeated for the first time. Mayle now just 2 points behind him, and if Luke Smith, the other ADC qualifier, can do something similar against Scott Baker, then there would just be 2 points separating all 6 players in this group. Spooky.
And welcome back to the Modus Spooky series, where it's an incredible moment for David Mayle, who's on the back of 15 defeats. It didn't look like he went into the game with 2 losses today without even winning a leg, and up against Jim McEwan, who was the big favourite for this Group C campaign. So an excellent moment for the man from Cambridge County. Big winner, you suggest there, was maybe Scott Baker, because he was the other unbeaten player as before Jim lost that game. And he'll really fancy his chances. And it's a little bit reminiscent of the previous game. Luke on debut, same as David Mayle.
First
goes
leg,
into this one.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
That's the real outsider, based on the fact he is on that debut on the back of a really disappointing display in his previous one. But I'm getting an awful lot of love for Luke Smith from his friends. A lot of sort of county players and people I would play in the beat. He's a lot better than he's demonstrated today. He's clearly nervous is the word. I'm getting that seems to be the one thing. Can he settle and can he be inspired, Chris, by that victory from David Mayle?
Well, if he can be, then we will have a really close group. But it is an opportunity this for Baker to pull away at the top. He will be on 6 points for the win. 4 clear of third place, or all of the players tied in third place now. Huntley, Ostlund and Mayle. And 2 clear of Jim McEwan in second after that defeat at the hands of Mayle before the break. However, if Smith wins, then just 2 points between all of them.
140.
Been a few of those, haven't there? You mentioned nervous, but look at those 2 darts there for the treble 20.
27.
And that type of dart will come from that
121.
flicker. You won't see too many darts like that from Scott, despite the fact throws quite a light dart. They're going with real power.
89.
That's absolutely fine after 12 darts for Scott Baker. It was a decent opening for Luke Smith. I'm just worried that them 2 darts, which were all over the place, will it derail him?
85. Scott, you require 32.
Double 16 then for
Game shot on the
Baker,
first leg.
who
Scott
off the
Baker.
bat wins the opening leg in 13 darts.
Second leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on. $100.
There's some positives there, Chris. Like I said, he's just susceptible to those really bad darts, which one he's demonstrated by
85.
the shake of the head, the surprise. But in the middle of that, there's some decent darts coming from Smith. You know, the information I'm getting is that there's more to come. He's nervous. He hasn't settled. He will be better than this week.
100.
I think the best fancy dress happened away from here, didn't it, Glenn? You mentioned it earlier. Steve Beaton paid tribute to on his last day on the Pro Tour.
108.
Maybe, just maybe, we'll see the bronze Adonis on the Super Series stage in 2025. Who knows? Throwing darts like this.
140. Luke, you require 161.
Yes, his second 180 of the day, Luke Smith.
57.
Like I said, there's positives there. But he is up against the Scott Baker with a couple of victories in the belt already, looking confident, super quick.
100.
Super
Luke, you
effective and
require
super efficient
104.
right now, but a chance for Smith. That's a couple of times he's left. He's hit a treble. That would have left the double 15.
56.
I would often say that's a mistake.
Scott,
It
you
might be a
require
northwest thing.
76.
Because Luke Little and Michael Smith, they absolutely love that. Well, Scott Baker loved this tops.
56.
That was his first snatchy
Luke,
dart
you
of the day.
require 48. $16. Scott, you require 20.
2 10s for Smith, 2 10s for Scott
Game shot on
Baker,
the second
2-0.
leg, Scott Baker.
Yeah, very good display so far. This is explosive stuff from Scott Baker. Not much that
Third
Luke
leg,
Smith can
it's
do
Scott to throw first.
when his
Game
opponent's
on.
playing like that.
$140. $30. $97.
It took a couple of hours, but I've had a message off Matt Edgar. Not very impressed with my attire. Could do better.
60.
Well, let the viewers be the judge of that.
I won't say what he said about yours, Chris.
44.
I don't want him sacking.
I don't know what we were thinking, commentators coming in fancy dress.
57.
I might get a few looks when I go to Greg's later.
$60. $60. Scott, you require 160.
Will this be a flash finish from Scott Baker?
45.
Wonderful from Smith to apply some pressure. It's his second of the match.
Require 115.
Played some decent stuff.
59. Luke, you require 114.
Treble 18. Been all so straightforward for Scott Baker today.
34.
Not a great deal
So
coming
you
back from his
require
opponents.
56.
And this for 3-0.
36.
Opportunity
Luke, you
knocks
require
for
80.
Luke Smith. Trick or treat. It's a trick.
40. Scott, you require 20.
Yeah, a really difficult day so far for Luke Smith. This for 3-0.
No score. Luke, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Luke Smith.
Well, that's better. Halves the deficit.
Fourth flag. It's Luke to throw first. Game on. $24.
What was Matthew Edgar's problem with your attire then, Glenn?
He just said I could have made a bigger effort.
140.
I'm not much sure what much more I could do. Let me know if it's in. Is this a 180? Tell me.
100.
Does anyone else ever instantly regret their life choices?
Yes, me.
30.
It makes sense now. I've worked it all out, Glenn. You were wearing that outfit when you played here, weren't you?
60.
I mean, that hurts, but it's the laughter in my ears at the same time from the production team that really does.
108.
Well, that will hurt. It'll hurt Luke Smith because he's played a good game here. He's got a couple of maximums himself. He's got himself into the match, and then suddenly Baker says, "No, mate, you're not having this."
108.
What a response. This
So
is
you
the Luke
require
Smith we were
151.
hoping to see today.
$92.
He messed about
Luke,
and
you
fluffed his
require
lines in leg 3, did Scott
137.
Baker. Might take something special for treble 19. Tops here for Luke Smith. You'd have to say this is from absolutely nowhere.
I think he fancied it from that reaction.
79.
Well, I think there might be a
So
slight
you
delay there
require
with the
59.
digital scoreboard in the venue.
39.
Yeah, this match is really
Luke, you
flip-flopped.
require 58.
Luke Smith has had problems on tops in this game. Can he correct it? He readjusts. It's double 10. This has to go.
48.
Doesn't go.
Scott, you require 20.
So Baker returns for a pair of tens.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Scott Baker.
Yeah, he did well there just to recover from that little delay. It is Halloween, a couple of gremlins in the system.
Fifth flag. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yes, that's one issue that Scott Baker might have right now is fatigue. Because this match has been going on for 10 minutes now. He's not usually
100.
over and done with by 6 to 8 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that. If I can do something with this HUD.
$60. 60.
Yeah, all good fun. The Halloween special. Good to see the referee, Jack Garwood, getting involved as well.
$180.
What a scream.
It was more like Mariah Scary.
85.
Well, full credit to Luke Smith, who in this match he's now racked up 4 180s.
55. 60.
Many more 1 and 2 treble turns from Scott Baker, but Luke Smith is the maximum man in this game.
$90.
Yeah, it's been so much better. Not just a case of statistically as well. It just looks like he's getting on with the job.
80. Luke, you require 116.
A chance to reduce the deficit and a chance to break the throw of Scott Baker here. Good moments for Luke. Treble 19 needed.
$46. Scott, you require
He's either a bad counter, Chris, or he loves double 15. Scott Baker loves tops.
96. Luke, you
Smith
require
gets a
7.
stay of execution. Love singles 15 as well. Oh. Yeah, the big number misses are causing the problem for him.
38.
Yeah, he's
Scott, you
produced some
require
good
20.
moments as Luke Smith. 4 180's been his highlight. But Scott Baker has dominated this game.
No score.
Can't cross the line.
Luke, you require 32.
Again, he's missed the entire segment. Double 12 now. Double 6. And surely now,
26.
surely
Scott, you require
Baker
20.
completes the job.
Yeah, it was a beautiful start to the match for Scott Baker.
No score. Luke, you require 6.
Seven darts missed for this match for Scott Baker, who couldn't put the cherry on the cake.
Game shot on
And
the
now
fifth
Luke
leg.
Smith sneaks it in. What an extraordinary dart to stay in this game. And Scott Baker has only
Sixth
got himself
leg,
to
it's
blame.
Luke to throw first. Game on.
If you ever want to see a classic moment of why people have these longer points now, that's one of the reasons why. Because in normal circumstance, he could barely hit that double 3, but the fact that they were so hanging out of the air, the dart,
81.
he was able just to move across to the left-hand side. Didn't even touch the tungsten of the first 2 darts. You have to say, it's right back in this game, and it's so
55.
unlike Scott Baker. And it's something that you alluded to earlier, Chris. It's almost like they take the foot off the accelerator because it's a little bit too easy for him. And before he knows it, this one could be
100.
3-3 because Smith is definitely showing signs of what we've heard about him.
59.
Still time to add more maximums. There have been 5 in the match, 4 of them in the favour of the ADC qualifier on debut. But the big problem he's plagued by is all of those darts that are finding the wrong segments entirely.
81. $85.
Yeah, I can't think of a better term than flicker when he throws that dart. And, you know, one of my all-time heroes had that same style, a lot taller player. But Bob Anderson had that flick of a dart
99.
with the obligatory, get out of there.
Smith has found his way back into this
Luke,
one.
you require
He's got 6 starts from
140.
140 to force an unlikely decider. He also took Jim McEwan to a decider earlier today.
44. 60. Luke, you require 96.
We had a surprising result in the previous game when David Mayle got over the line against Jim McEwan. Are we about to see
56.
a similar result here because Luke Smith is tops away from 3-3.
54. Luke, you require 40.
So to force that last leg shootout, double 10.
Game shot on a
And
six
it does
flag.
go the
Luke
distance.
Smith.
Who would have thought it?
Yeah, Baker needs to be
7
very,
from
very
final
careful
leg.
here
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
because the disappointment would be huge. You know you're better. You know you've dominated the game.
95.
And mistakes, missed dart at a double. And to be fair, a much more improved performance from Luke Smith. But that's the dart he has to try and eradicate. And you can see it's having an effect on the next couple of darts following
29.
that. Baker back in charge.
$57.
Shaking his head at the moment, though, not happy. Not with how the match has gone, and neither with how it's going now.
60.
Oh, Luke's unfortunate there. Well grouped around that treble 20.
60.
You're just telling yourself in this situation, I'm still involved. I'm not playing great, but if I can just find one more really big score, it might put the pressure on. And this is what we're getting from Luke here.
100.
Is that enough?
$95.
Knife edge stuff. Smith, though, needs another treble.
41.
That is not what was required. Now Baker has plenty of time.
60.
Yeah, when he's missing Scott, he's going low as well. That'll disappoint him. Really should have started on the 19s and 2-7-1.
58.
So at least
Scott, you
6
require
starts on Baker. It's been a bit of a
134.
scruffy ending to this game. He dominated at the beginning.
86. $53. Scott, you require 48.
So to finally finish it, double 16.
Game
And
shot. And the
Baker
match. Scott
gets
Baker.
there in the end. Once again, it's a tenacious display from Luke Smith, who went down 4-3 to Jim McEwan earlier today. He also goes down 4-3 to Scott Baker, who's having a very happy Halloween. That's 3 wins from 3 now for the man at the top of the table. Coming next, we're going to find out who will close the gap on him between Michael Huntley and Anton Ostlund.
This will be some way to win 4-0 again. Oh boy. And look at that from Nathan Rafferty! Reminds me of one of the greatest Richie Burnett sayings that has been uttered out loud. 180! Gets his second 1-8 of the match and levels up with Scott. That's statistic. 4 180s for our first match of the night. So far, it's quite some going. And 26 180s in total last night, I think. I get something fairly similar. Oh, we've got another one from Burnett though. We'll come back to that story about Richie Burnett a little bit later because last night he had a crack at this. 128. Richie didn't get dart 8. 41. He's got the 60. He's got the 45. Double 18. Richie Burnett hits a 9-darter. Get in there, the Prince of Wales.
Not saying anything. Not putting a curse on it.
180. Danny McEwan.
Just do it, Danny. Do it. Do it. Do it. He's done it.
Shot of the match. Danny
It's incredible.
$180.
Win for Jeffrey Swan defeating Dan Ivanbode at 6-5 as
59.
Heenan finds his first max of the match. It's the first max. This one. One in the opening game. Like buses.
180.
This would be some way to win it with a 9.
140. Can he require 141? Game
Go
shot
on,
and
Conor
the match.
Heenan.
Conor Heenan
Winning the match with the magical 9-darter.
And welcome back to the Modus Spooky Series, where it's been a great day so far for Scott Baker. 3 wins out of 3, but he was pushed all the way in that last game. Be delighted to get the points under his belt, but we'll maybe want to look at that performance. But when he needed to the most, and Luke Smith still searching for his first 2 points. But this was a game that I was really looking forward to. I had a sense that Jim McEwan and Scott Baker would still be unbeaten in this stage, and that defeat for Jim McEwan in his last game has opened the door for these 2 players.
Game on.
So I think just a little bit of added incentive in this match. And maybe the winner of this one can really kick on and challenge Jim and Scott Baker for that qualifying place.
Yeah, both have got the same
140.
record, a 4-0 win and a 4-2 defeat. Ostlund going down to Baker and beating Luke Smith 4-0. And Huntley going down to
91.
McEwan and beating David Mayle without dropping a leg in the very first match of the day, that was.
135.
And another big worry for Jim McEwan is the fact that he is up next and he plays the unbeaten Scott Baker. So I think important moments for these 2.
43.
It's Huntley that's come out the traps lovely.
Yeah, he's the one landing all the blows at the moment.
85.
Yeah, that great character. Really fun guy to be around.
121. Mikey require 141. $81.
What a beautiful last start that was. He now becomes a huge favourite unless Ostlund can put some pressure on the 60 with a treble needed.
100. Mikey requires 60.
Not really. Top of the cheeks, didn't like that
40.
dart. Well, I said not really, but
Antonio
he
require 146.
can only win a leg if he's left to finish, and he's done that. Though won't take it out.
43. Mikey required 20.
For the opener. Started this leg well. There's a real theme going on today. It is about those doubles right at the end, and look at the importance of that to him. The chest was out, the shoulders went back. Certainly let his opponent know that double went in.
Game on.
1-0 to Huntley. It's a bit like a penalty show. You feel like you've done your bit right now. So then it feels like a little bit of the pressure's off in this second leg.
97. $60.
Great darts.
108.
They were perfectly placed. You almost knew the third would follow.
Yeah, we've been blessed with an incredible amount of 180s today. Add that one to the collection.
100.
And this week, in fact, it's been a big hitting group, hasn't it? A big scoring batch of players and some high scorers to join the action this evening as well. Don't forget to join us from
140.
10 once all the Halloween fun is done. Now there will be plenty more spooky stuff tonight. And Gary Stone and Marvin Van Velzen, don't forget he is the reigning and defending champion. Van Velzen getting his B bid underway. Hayward, Taylor and Dubbridge in that group as well. Ostlund was condemned to Group C, but he's making the most of it suddenly.
$52.
Yeah, we said at the beginning of this game it could go the distance. We mentioned the added incentive
25.
after that defeat for
Antonio
Jim McEwan.
32.
And Ostlund to level up proceedings.
Game shot on the
1-1.
second leg. Anton Ostlund. Third leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
So deadlock between Huntley and Ostlund.
140.
And no way for the final dart to join them there.
$60. $85. $60.
Yeah, definitely going with throw at the moment. Huntley got a good lead here. You feel one treble would be enough in this scoring throw.
59.
Opens the door ajar slightly. Ostlund, who had a maximum in the previous leg, could do with another one right now.
140.
Superb darts. A whisker away from that max. Yeah, sensible play. I don't think 19s was the shot there. He may have considered the treble 17. He's a real first art merchant, is Ostlund. When that one goes,
41.
when it
Mikey
doesn't, he's struggling with that transition.
It's been sort of one-sided. Holds the throw so far in this game. Huntley looking for 57. Finds it for tops.
77.
Just over the top, but he will be back with 3 missiles to launch at that target.
$140.
Yep, when that first one goes, it looks $1 million. And Huntley on throws looked $1 million. Double 10 has been good to him, and that trend continues. He leads 2-1.
Fourth flag. It's Anton to throw first. Game on.
He believes. He certainly believes.
96.
Yeah, I've seen the best and worst of Mike Huntley on that stage. Very similar to David Mayle, had that terrible Group A campaign where he bounced back beautifully in Group C.
60.
Just couldn't hang on to it throughout. I wonder if any lessons are learnt there, but he looks like he feels good about himself. He's doing all the right things body language-wise.
96. $100.
Yeah, Ostlund dominating the averages, but it is Huntley that leads 2-1.
$141.
Turning into a very pretty performance, isn't it, from Anton Ostlund? But as Glenn alluded to, the only stat that matters is the legs column in the end.
60.
It's a fantastic camera angle just to see the trajectory of the darts going in there.
$95.
Again, the match continues to follow the same pattern. Whoever's throwing first, dominant darts in that leg. Now the single. And double 16. Lovely stuff from Anton Ostlund. A 108 for 2-2.
Fifth flag, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Well, if this pattern continues, then Mike Huntley wins this match 4-3.
100.
Or can Ostlund put some pressure on the throw? Well, when the first one goes, the others follow.
140. $140.
It's a tidy game, this one. Ostlund now averaging over 97. We're still a ton behind here.
140.
Really enjoying this performance from the Swede. Just a touch off a ton.
60.
I've seen some great angles of how flat that dart is for Mike Huntley. Looked almost impossible, but he persevered because that camera angle showed there was still plenty of space. There's plenty of space in the treble 20 bed for Ostlund at the moment. He looks superb right now.
Making his move, isn't he?
105.
They're decent darts from Huntley, who's trying to hold on to the advantage in this encounter. Just seen a fabulous 108 from Anton Ostlund. Is he going to back it up with a 1-2-1? This is stunning stuff from the Super Swede. Back-to-back ton-topping checkouts. Hasn't missed a dart at double in the game. And that's the breaker throw that puts a match in his favour.
Yeah, the story this week, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Ostlund is disappointed. He really has. It was a Group A campaign and I was not impressed.
60.
He lost his opening game in this one. I thought, here we go again. But he's showing those signs. But Huntley will not be going anyway. He's playing his part in a cracking game.
137.
A pure evil from Anton. 108 followed by 1-2-1 in a game where Huntley has done little wrong himself. And it's taken his average into three figures.
60. $60.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of belief. It is a silky throw that he has. As Anton, a bit more.
41.
A bit more jumpy for Huntley. It's certainly effective for him. Sometimes it can be style over substance, but isn't he finding that treble 20 with the first dart and backed up as well?
100.
This is looking really good.
80.
He just stepped back. He was in a rush to throw his darts there, and Ostlund was just wandering back after his 180. I don't think he did anything wrong.
99.
Hasn't done anything wrong in the game, really, has he?
61.
Brilliant performance.
Yeah, I like that play. Guaranteeing yourself a dart or a double. That dart is double 18. Performance of the week for Anton Ostlund. That's what we expected from him when he arrived on Monday morning. He had a Group A that he really want to forget, and Mike Huntley played his part. He looks sick as a chip because he played really well. You can see the shake of the head. The Swede rushes off the stage there. You can just see Mike with a shake of the head, but all the credit in the world must be going to Anton Ostlund. And look at the numbers there. Lots of things stand out. First of all, the 100 average from him, but also look at that checkout ratio. That could be really important. We've criticised him this week, and 4 out of 4 on the outer ring. That beautiful 1-2-1 on the back of the 108. What a performance as we move on to a real heavyweight clash. Don't miss this one. It's Jim McEwan against Scotty Baker.
Welcome back to the Modus Spooky series, where wicked wonders and enchanting arrows are taking place and all sorts of scary stuff is happening. And here is what has happened on the stage, while myself and the man formerly known as Glenn Durrant have been talking through the action. Huntley with a 4-0 win against Mayle in the opening match. We've then seen Jim McEwan win a couple of his games but be beaten by David Mayle 4-2 in a shock result. Scott Baker with a 4-3 win against Luke Smith, meaning he's won 3 out of 3. And then Anton Ostlund going second in the table with a 4-2 win over Mike Huntley. So he's level on points with McEwan. Baker stays top on 6. Huntley and Mayle with 2 apiece. And Luke Smith yet to get off the mark. So a big game here, because Baker can pull really clear of the field, or Jim McEwan can try and stop him in his tracks. And the mystery man alongside me, as I said, was former Premier League champion Glenn Durrant. What has it come to, eh? Glenn, probably the most important match of the group so far.
Yeah, it's smiles all around right now, isn't it? But I think I'm pretty confident of saying if Scott Baker wins this one, he will feel mentally he's done enough to qualify through this group, because he'll fancy his chances against the 2 debutants tomorrow. And you start looking at a real potential 12, 14 points, which can often guarantee your success here in Group C. So, yeah, big game, but look, he's up against Jim McEwan at times. You didn't think I'd be saying, which Jim McEwan are we going to get, because he's so consistent, so tough, so difficult. But he's had a funny old week as Jim McEwan, but maybe the challenge where, is it going into this one as a slight underdog, will it bring the best out of him? And for Scott 44. Baker, that mesmeric throw that he has, super speedy. Once the first one goes like that, he's so dangerous.
100.
It will be a case of tortoise and hare in this one.
140.
Disrespect to McEwan. Baker is so fast that he can make anybody look slow.
60. $41.
Yeah, it's almost like a resigned look there from Jim, but he's got a healthy lead. Nothing 45. Coming back from Scott Baker.
$140.
Well, that comes back.
140. Jimmy require 136.
What a dart. What a dart.
120. Scott, you require 156. $60. Jimmy requires 16.
For a hold a throw.
No score.
Wow.
Scott, you require 96.
Perfect dart. Perfect finish.
On the first leg, Scott Baker.
That will really hurt Jim McEwan. You saw the grimace from him that time, because he had a few opportunities.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, penny for your thoughts, Jim.
100.
Yeah, he will be severely frustrated, but there is a good way to go about putting it right.
81. $70. 121.
I hope you've all enjoyed all the scary, spooky stuff happening today. Don't forget, we will do it all again this evening from 10 p.m. for more Tungsten Terror at the Unalive Lounge.
Yes, can I ask a question of the production team? I've enjoyed the fun, but can you somehow make Henry Deacon disappear?
133. $59.
Yeah, just looking at the head-to-head, Chris, I expected to see a few games between these two on the tour, but they've never played each other.
$66.
Well, McEwan gets himself into a good position, but here comes Baker biting back.
174. Jimmy require 100.
I'm surprised he took his time, but just a little reminder to himself there, Scott. He has struggled so much on tops. And this time, he went for the pair of them. You can see the frustration there in Jim. The day started fantastically well. What a big chance here for Scott Baker for a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I think that little look around the corner from McEwan was more in hope than expectation.
35.
But he wouldn't have expected that.
Jimmy require 40.
Another chance.
Game shot on his second leg.
And that's
Jim
becoming
McEwan.
a little bit of a problem for Baker, isn't it? Look, he doesn't have any worries at the moment. He's unbeaten in this group, but we did see him in the previous match.
Third leg, it's Jim
missed
to the
7
reverse.
darts in a row, and he's
Game
missed
on.
a clear 3 there.
$51. $140.
Yeah, 13 doubles from 47 attempts from Scott Baker. Still unbeaten, of course. That'll be his argument. But if he's going to have aspirations of winning it this week, he'll have to tidy that
58.
That statistic up. You sense, Chris, not a lot of too many problems with his scoring prowess.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been the bit at the end that has been problematic. And problematic's probably even a strong word, but he's just given himself so many chances due to that super scoring.
140.
Not too shabby from McEwan there. A third ton 40 of the tie for him, levelling up the tally.
60.
On throw of Jim, but a ton behind. No, that's awkward. He can't move from the 19's bed. Well, he's gone down to 17's route.
Scott, you require 161.
I'm trying to work out what that would have left. 162, I think.
97. $83. Scott, you require 64.
He'll stay there for double 16.
32. Jim, you require 113.
I'm just thinking as well, Chris, as he looks at this 113. Well, that pretty much sums up how he's feeling, but treble 18 is a shot. It could have been a happy accident in the end, but Scott Baker is in a group with a lot of methodical
45.
players, isn't he?
Scott, you require
It doesn't look like
32.
a man in the background who's on 3 wins out of 3 and leading
Game
this
shot on
match
the third
2-1.
leg, Scott Baker.
Yeah, good point. He's having to do it differently to how he would have hoped, but he's so
Fourth
far
leg,
been
it's Scott to throw
perfectly
first.
successful.
Game on.
If he wins this game, that'll be 4 from 4, 8 points. He'll put 4 points between himself and Jim McEwan.
Oh.
20.
That's the second time today he's had 120 points on the floor. He did have 2 sets of darts in the house when he was practicing early. He's trying to bed in a new set. I'm just wondering if that's still the old dart he's using, which maybe the points just need roughing up a little bit. He does throw a very, very light dart.
92.
But to see it once is one thing. To see it twice, that's awfully bad luck.
Well, for all days of all days for lightning to strike twice, today was the day, wasn't it?
96. $100. $100. 97.
1 treble visit from the pair of them. 3 legs played, 3 breaker throws. I was about to say McEwan's got the ascendancy in this one. He has effectively stolen the dart, and those 2 trebles has made McEwan favourite for this leg.
Well, that wasn't... It didn't even touch the board, that dart, did it? It just bounced straight off the dart that was already there. So maybe Glenn Durrant's point is one that stands up, that one of the reasons he's moving away from these darts is because they keep doing that. And he could be punished.
$85. Scott, you require 72.
Well, in fairness, to have left 72 with a dart on the floor is fantastic.
32.
But he might have left a little less and had 2 darts at double.
There's a bit of anger in that dart, which you don't associate with Scott Baker.
Game shot on the
Even more angle kicking now. 4 legs played, 4 breaks a throw.
5th flag, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that's wicked, isn't it, for Scott Baker? It's evil.
I think the first one was real bad luck. You know, the 2 trebles.
140.
I think the flight of the dart of the second one didn't help. And just crashed into that first dart. The problem that you have right now, though, Chris, is you're almost throwing the dart a little bit harder to overcompensate, or think your darts are going to bounce out, and that can ruin your time and your technique. But no such problem with the opening 3 darts there from Scott Baker as they trade 140s.
46. 85.
'Beautiful darts by Jim McEwan.
180.
Fills it up, puts the pressure on. Baker getting a little bit sloppy and a little bit stroppy.
30. Jim, you require 135.
It's almost like the technique goes. You just don't believe in the tools of the trade, those darts. You're expecting to bounce out. You're throwing them harder. I think Jim McEwan's picked up on that. If you can find the treble 19.
57. 26. Jimmy requires 78.
Treble 18. Oh, that's a disastrous start, because now he needs another treble, a different treble, and that's equally bad. Well, he does need to remember Scott Baker's not on a finish.
58.
But fair play. That was a beautiful last start. And the unpredictable Scott Baker bangs in.
Required 20.
His first max of the match. A chance here for McEwan for the first holder throw in this game. 4 legs played, 4 breaks. Will that pattern continue?
10.
It proves to be a meaningful maximum
40.
from Scott Baker, who just knocked Chucky out of his stride there with the 180.
Game shot on the 5th
And
leg.
Baker
Scott
burgles
Baker.
the leg. 3-2, another break. And McEwan's thinking, give me a break.
6th leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Well, we've called it the Spooky Series, and this has been a spooky showdown, hasn't it, Glenn?
60.
It absolutely has. It's just so unlike Jim McEwan that we're not used to seeing. The reactions we're getting, the misses from the outer ring from him.
100.
But I'll stand by my term. He won't give up. And Scott Baker will know that. And Scott is just so capable of just flinging these 180s. And he's had his real moments in this one.
140.
And I thought for a second then, Chris, it was going to be another bounce out. I think the sandpaper will be out when he goes back to the players' room.
That's a bit harsh, sandpapering Jim McEwan's hand. Oh, you mean his darts?
I think Chris Murphy's now running out of puns.
100.
He's down to the bare bones.
I've bled them dry.
Jim
McEwan's making that treble bleed at the moment.
80.
And it could be another break to force a decider this time. But Baker's got other ideas.
100. Jimmy require 136.
Yeah, I was expecting him to go down at the bullseye with the last start there. Scott was such a good marker the second one. He had an excellent attempt on this 136 earlier. Same again. Will it be a different outcome? 88.
120.
Just the
Scott,
double that goes wrong. And
101.
now Baker can carry on this perfect day. Treble 19, yes. Double 12. No.
77. Jimmy requires 16.
That was a wonderful effort. And just a reminder, this is for another breaker throw. Jim McEwan, I don't know if he'd want them, but he has the darts in the last leg if this double 4 goes. This is the biggest dart of the match. Double 2.
12. Scott, you
Baker
require
breathes again.
24.
And this is turning into a bit of a nightmare for Jim McEwan. Only 2 wins if this goes. Oh, it doesn't
18.
go. And the double trouble
Jimmy
continues
requires
for
4.
Baker as well.
Yeah, Scotty Baker is praying here. No score.
He can't see a thing. He cannot see.
No score.
He had the same sight as Glenn Durrant with that hood up.
Scott, you require 6.
And Scott Baker gets a clear sight at the same target, opting to split. And
Great
then
shot.
he
And the
hits.
match,
And it
Scott
is
Baker.
4 straight wins for Scott Baker, who is looking like the runaway winner of this group. He already has a foot in finals night with 4 from 4 today. Jim McEwan winning just half of his matches so far. 4-2 success, nothing between them in the averages, but once again Jim McEwan having double trouble. 15 missed in the game, less than 12% success. Baker wasn't brilliant in that department, but he did enough, and he pulls clear at the top of the table. Coming next, Anton Ostlund trying to catch him. He takes on David Mayle.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson!
And this is where... Hang on, wow. He won the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. He's done with Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes on the second leg.
2-0.
Henry Moores and Tommy Moore.
But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks.
Away days and Bradley Brooks.
May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. What a shot. Very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
And we're seeing the one. Game shot on the first leg.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up to. Will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
When
you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds tops for a breaker throw. Really with that short 20. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Halloween special, where it's the opposite of a nightmare for Scott Baker. A perfect day for him so far. 4 wins from 4, and hoping to close the gap is Anton Ostlund. It could have been a nightmare for David Mayle, losing his first 2 matches 4-0, but Mayle then managed to get a victory, starting a bit of a horror spell for Jim McEwan. He beat him 4-2. Baker's just done the same. Ostlund put in the performance of the day when he beat Michael Huntley by that scoreline a couple of games ago. It was a fantastic display from the Swede in that one. He averaged a little over 100 in that victory, and he's looking to build on it and get a win here that would see him move into second place in the table. He'd just be 2 points behind Scott Baker. And we certainly saw the best of him in the game that he won a little over 20-25 minutes ago. The challenge now for Anton Ostlund and for David Mayle, having both come off the back of victories, is to keep that momentum going.
93.
Yeah, you go back to game 2 for David Mayle on Monday, when he had his real moment of the week in beating Ostlund. Since then, it's been pretty straightforward for the Swede. Couple of 4-1 victories. He'll fancy his chances again in this one.
100.
He looks to be throwing darts with real menace right now, does Ostlund, but the bounce outs continue. Again, he's another 78. One who floats the dart, does David. Is he not wearing socks there?
I've not seen that before.
60. $45.
Ostlund starting downstairs. 3 treble 19s would have left 59. The double 8 was the plan. Just a bit of a scrappy opener this one. Chance for Mayle. He may go centre of the board.
123.
Unlucky with the execution of it though, but he's given himself a good chance because 128 is one of those tricky finishes. Start off on the 18s. Will he stay there? Or treble 14. Went for the treble 14.
88.
And if Mayle wants to continue with his success, 52. These are the types of finishes he needs. So we'll expect at least a dart or a double. There's the 1 dart at tops.
42. Anton, you require 40.
And tops for Ostlund, who was superb with the finishes in his previous game, and he carries that on 1-0.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, get to that stage where we start looking at the in-play table as well now. When Ostlund, what is very obvious, he's on the rise.
135.
And the reason I tried to highlight this is the importance of when you walk back into that players area and you see yourself in that qualifying position. It's not pretty reading there for Jim McEwan.
108.
And what's really, really interesting, the final game will be Jim McEwan against Anton Ostlund. That's one to look out for.
65.
But the Swede seems to be flying at the moment.
Perfect. 4 perfect darts.
97.
Yeah, he has really found another gear, hasn't he?
58.
Look, Chris, you've seen all the stories there is at the Modus Super Series, and there was just something in my mind of maybe arrived late on Sunday. He might say the opposite, but he's definitely getting better. Where some of them have sort of stagnated, stayed the same, or the performance have dipped, you just sense with Ostlund that he's just beginning to peak. And I think he's a Saturday night type of player. He's explosive. He's got that crowd.
39.
And I think he could have success if he can get qualification for the first time this week. Things looking really good for him. Double 16 with a 2-0 lead.
52.
Yeah, he's starting to find that same level that he had in the previous game. Mayle a mere passenger in this one at the moment.
100.
Everything though can turn on missed doubles, so Ostlund has to be careful here. On the wire. And in the bed.
On his second leg.
And in the bag, 2-0. What do you fancy for Halloween dinner, Glenn? Any thoughts?
Game on.
Trying to think of a joke, and I can't think of one all of a sudden, which is a turnip for the buck. But yeah, maybe a bit of pumpkin pie or something like that.
I'm going for the goulash.
60.
I knew it was in there as well. He has got Halloween dad jokes up. Can I just let people know that they're not all coming from
93.
him?
93. $57.
Yes, I'm actually a little sad, to be fair. I would normally be at home taking my grandson out trick-or-treating tonight. The trials and tribulations have been down here in Portsmouth.
You sad about the sweets?
Sweet? I want money.
98.
It's the sweet smell of success at the moment for Ostlund. This looks very, very comfortable right
60.
now. And what's more worrying for Dave is when he's missing that target. It's from a distance. We saw him just sort of be a little pensive before a dart was thrown this third leg, just fiddling with his darts.
140.
Ostlund, little nod of appreciation there. He's looking really good right now.
Yeah, very, very comfortable. I think is a word I'd use to describe his demeanour.
43.
Early in the day, looked a little laboured, a little
46.
Like he was struggling, but no sign of a struggle at the moment. Every time he goes to the board, you think he's going to find a couple of trebles, and he does so again to leave 8.
$26. Antonio require 8. Game shot on the third leg. Anton Ostlund.
And as comfortable as it can be. Look how cool he is. His emotions are very, very hard to read.
Fourth leg. It's
and
David
on the back of that
first.
win for David Mayle.
Game on.
I hope and expectations in this game for him. But this one, to be fair, Chris, has been as one-sided as you can come.
80.
Yeah, you're expecting 4-0 now, even with Mayle throwing first.
140.
Ostlund is just not letting up.
It's a
58.
second-class Mayle at the moment for David. Anton, when he gets that first dart, and doesn't he look good? Doesn't he look focused? He's scoring big.
140.
How big of a part will he play this week still?
$95. $123.
A matter of when rather than if for Anton Ostlund here.
98.
Averaged over 100
Anton,
in
you
his previous
require
game.
98.
He's going to be in the high 90s in this one.
$58.
Yeah, everything
David,
he's
you
doing
require
right now
170.
is highly commended. For David Mayle, it's been a game to forget.
130.
Maybe he saved his best 3 darts for
Anton, you
last.
require
Yeah,
40.
just that one dart double in the second leg. That's the only chance he's had.
20.
But he is going to get 3 more here.
David, you require 40.
Well, we said he'd save his best to last. I think it's an unexpected opportunity for him. Often goes low on that tops.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
once again
leg,
recovers
David
with a
Mayle.
double 10.
Fifth leg, it's Anton to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think he's pretty certain that this isn't going to be a resurrection for David Mayle. There's going to be no comeback. If Ostlund carries on playing
100.
anywhere near the level he has been, the only way Mayle comes back into this game for me is if Ostlund drops off.
Well, we did see a match at 3-0. Marvin van Velzen against Jim McEwan. And Jim McEwan did come back to win that game 4-3. It was a bizarre game. 9 match darts there was for Marvin van Velzen in that one. So hope, I guess, is always there.
100.
For a couple of ton start for 1 ton.
So 2 ton.
99. $85. $60. $100. $92. Anton, you require
Leaves that 170 once
116.
again, David Mayle. Will he be left for a barnstormer? Or will it be a super finish for a super Swede?
76. David, you require 170.
Well, this would rattle even the foundations of the building. And it's not going to happen. So Ostlund, surely,
80.
surely.
Anton, you require 40.
Yes, for the majority of this game, it's been a perfect performance. But missed out at tops in the previous leg. But no such problems in the next.
Anton
Another
Ostlund.
really good win for Anton Ostlund. A 4-1 victor. He moves into second place in this Group C campaign and producing the darts we expected from Monday morning. It is smiles all round. Dave, that's the 4th time they've played, and it's 3 wins for Anton over David. Just really solid. Nothing really stands out there. Just a really solid performance, and the Swede is looking really good as we go on to 4 more games to go. And next up, it's Luke Smith against Mike Huntley.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg. of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Haven't seen a 9 yet in the online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely
shot leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Spooky Series, this Halloween special that is actually serving up some decent darting duels, and we've seen a real resurrection in the form of Anton Ostlund, who struggled in the early part of the day but has really picked up in the last couple of matches to make it 3 wins from 4. Scott Baker's done better than that, 4 from 4 for him. Jim McEwan has 4 points and 2 points for Michael Huntley, who's taken on Luke Smith, yet to get off the mark. And I think it would be sort of unfair
First
on
leg,
Luke if
it's
he
Luke to
didn't
throw
get a win
first.
on his debut day. I think he's thrown enough
Game on.
decent darts to at least pick up a couple of points today, but it'll be tough going here against Huntley, again, who probably feels he's got less than he's deserved.
I mean, it's a good ending to the day for Luke Smith.
25.
He has got Mike Huntley, who's only won 1 of his 3 games, and that final game is the Battle of the Debutants, where he plays David Mayle, who's had his own issues today, despite
6.
the fact he has got a win under his belt. So could still finish on a high, Luke, but not with darts like their opening 3.
57. 140.
Yeah, I got this sense from Luke when I was chatting with him this morning that he knows Mike Huntley. He has been to the Welsh Open and sort of got on with the lads, so a bit of familiarity there. I tell you what, he has pinged a few 180s today. In one match, he had 4 alone. It's the consistency, maybe the tons and the ton 40s that he could be searching for more.
$59. Mike, you require 161. $65.
Yeah, just gets with I get the sense with Luke is that when he's throwing a dart, it's a bit like holding your breath for 20 seconds and trying to throw a dart. You feel really tight. You can see he's not relaxed. The game is so much easier when
40.
you're lovely and calm.
Mike, you require 96.
Huntley demonstrates that. He just looks. It looks like the game's easy to him, whereas every dart that Luke's thrown is a chore right now. But not demonstrated on the legs. Big chance here for Luke.
Require 140.
Yeah, it seems a bit all or nothing from Luke Smith, doesn't it? And this leg sort of demonstrated it. It's
42.
been trebleless turns, or in terms of big trebles, or a 180, which he hit in the leg. 9 needed for Huntley after hitting the big 9. So double 4.
Game shot of
That'll
first
be a
leg,
relief.
Mike Huntley.
But it is a break of throat.
Yeah, it's the word expectation in this game now. I think whenever
Second
Mike Huntley
leg, it's
plays,
Mike to throw first.
the likes of
Game
Scott
on.
Baker, Ostlund, is going to be second best, but he's expected to beat Luke Smith in this game. He's the fancied runner.
85. $85. $60.
After this, we will be into the last lap of Thursday afternoon fixtures. Ostlund against McEwan. That looks like a tough match for Jim McEwan at the moment.
135.
Huntley against Baker, and then Mayle versus Smith is the curtain closer.
$97.
Yeah, that's the dart. It's not for the first time, that dart. It looks so much worse than it actually is.
43. $78.
Just needs to get the grips of this match now, Luke Smith. Yeah, you can see the raise of the eyebrows. I feel your pain, Luke.
26. $85.
Not for the first time. And like I said, if Mike does watch his games back, I've always felt that he just has that stride as if he's walking onto that last dart. And more often, if he does have a drift in the dart, it's usually his last one.
81. Mikey require 96.
Double 8.
88. Luke, you require 131.
It's gone the old-fashioned route. You see so many players starting on the treble 17 on that one. He'll finish on the treble 17.
57. Mike, you require 8.
Huntley found double 4 to win the first leg. Can't find it to win the second. But double 2 will do very nicely. Huntley doubles his lead.
Yeah, I think Mike just has to get through this
Third
game.
leg is Luke to throw first. Game on.
By hook or by crook, and then put every single sinew effort he's got in his final game of the day. It'll be the penultimate match of the day against Scott Baker.
100.
I think there's a couple of things that could happen, Chris. I think it could be a very tight group overnight if Scott Baker does lose that final game.
100.
There's a real possibility that Ostlund and Baker are going to be in fine fettle ready for tomorrow.
57.
Yeah, Baker might be very pleased that he's done most of his bidding today.
45. $60.
Yeah, looking forward to Group B tonight. I think the players will be round about this time, just getting their early preparation with some really big names. And
40.
I'll struggle to pick 3 from that 5, Chris.
Well, we've been doing our Halloween puns, haven't we? We've got Gary Gravestone and Mark Bloodbridge. We need something for Shane Hayward, Scott Taylor, and Marvin Van Velzen.
Payne Hayward.
Very good.
What was the other 2, sorry?
Scott Taylor and Marvin Van Velzen.
41.
Snot Taylor?
No, it is.
128.
Blood Clot Taylor.
40. Luke, you require 56.
But Luke, just getting on with his job here as we put the awful puns in. This to reduce the deficit to 1. His best leg for a while.
Luke Smith.
18 dart. You can see what he feels about that. Sharp and take a breath and a big exhale.
4 flag. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Mike deep in thought.
$100.
Scott Impaler, I think I heard somebody whisper in my ear. I think we can go with that one.
$85.
How about Marvin Van Helzen?
Job done.
100.
I just don't know where I get these from sometimes. They just come to me like a flash. Mark Durbridge? No, I can't even explain my own puns now.
Anyway, back to Huntley against Smith.
139.
Yeah, that realisation. You'd accept the 139. He'll show evident disappointment there, but he's still very much got the advantage in this leg. On throw.
140.
But Smith showing signs.
$40.
You need to have a name or two ready for Henry Deacon tonight as well, Glenn.
Well, I've got a few.
123. Mike,
And it is after the watershed.
122.
Well, this would be painful for Luke Smith if Huntley can bed the bull.
74. Luke, you require
Once again, after 12 darts, Luke Smith is now producing the darts he was hoping for. It was a really ropey start to this match. But he's a dart away from 2-2.
52. Mike, you require 48. Game shot on the 4 flag. Mike Huntley.
He's just done what he needed to do in this game. I think that's been the easiest and most obvious assessment. It hasn't been spectacular.
5th flag. It's Luke to throw first. Game on.
A massively high standard from Mike Huntley, but he's dominated the match.
Yeah, as I mentioned, just get through this game. Like potential banana skins when you play the debut and you're expected to win. Mike Huntley will want to produce everything he can to beat Scott Baker.
45. $140.
Much better.
$84. $100.
we're already looking at Luke Smith not being a contender if he loses this match.
36.
Yeah, there's usually some stats which I think Matt Edgar come off with a Group C, isn't it? Is it 4 defeats? Pretty much you're done and dusted. It's even 3 defeats. I mean, because it's over 44. The 2 days as well. I think for Luke Smith, and I'm sure the excitement will have been incredible the day he qualified, when he got here this morning. So you'll want to finish the day on something. He's got a big chance in that final game of the day, but if he could just sneak the victory here over
99.
Mike Huntley.
Luke, you require 156.
Then the ratio of 2 wins out of 5 today, especially the way it happened early doors, might have been okay.
28.
Here's a treble to get himself down to a similar range.
41. Luke, you require 128.
It's almost like a lazy dart, that last one. He's got a big open treble 19 bed yet. He tried to lob over 2 darts, which are covering the desired target. Sensible play for Smith.
60.
Still a favourite for this leg, but on 68 there's potentially 1 dart, so if Huntley can put some pressure on with a couple of trebles. Just not happening right now.
$81. Luke, you
Good
require
last just to
68.
tap Smith on the shoulder. It will just be the 1. And not at where he intended.
Pretend you went for it, Luke.
Game shot on the 5th
Because it
leg,
works
Luke
a treat.
Smith.
What a trick. 1 behind. Huntley's dart here.
6th leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He's definitely thrown his better darts, Mike Huntley, on his throat. If he can just hit his opponent with a couple of trebles. There's 1.
100.
He'll take that.
So, I mean, a good old chuckle to himself, wasn't he, when he walked back? Maybe that's just freed him up a little bit, because there has been a lot of tension in his throat.
140.
Sometimes a moment like that can just make you stop taking things so seriously.
108.
You know, fair play to him there, because his opponent has just won the leg. He's opened up with a 140, a match that Huntley's expected to win. So a beautiful 180 there, but some resistance coming back from Smith, but still advantage Huntley. 40 points ahead plus these. Finding the treble. Where have they been, Mike?
140.
Suddenly, it's Magic Mike here at the Super Series. And Huntley will be well and truly in the hunt
81.
in terms of trying to qualify for finals night.
$41.
Absolutely fine. And your opponent's on 2, 3, 4. Don't mess about too much, but Luke Smith, he's a funny old player to watch. At times he's looking absolutely brilliant. And at times he looks all at sea. But Mike Huntley was favoured for this game. He's got a big game coming up, and he's done exactly what he needed to do in that game. A real potential banana skin, and Luke Smith was demonstrating some of his real qualities throughout that game. That looks like a real relieved Mike Huntley. He will be going into one more game, as all the rest of the players are. They've all played 4 games so far. Some really big games coming up. But that match, it didn't have an awful lot to write home about in relation to the stats. In fact, Luke Smith was dominating a lot of the stats throughout that game. But Mike Huntley did what he needed to do. He gets his second win of the day, and he fights for another day as we move on to another big game for a potential qualification overnight. It's Anton Ostlund against Jim McEwan.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velsen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velsen!
And welcome back to the Modus Spooky Series. Doesn't get much better than that, and it's 4 games played for all the players so far. It's been a great day so far for Scott Baker. Hasn't at times been his brilliant best, but he's done enough to play for and win for. And can he go through the card? But Anton Ostlund, he's really impressed. He lost his opening game today, but has bounced back and at times looked the best player in this group. And he has a massive game coming up next. It was a big win for Mike Huntley in the previous game before this one. He puts himself in a good position, but he has got Scott Baker after this one. But in sense of qualification, this is a massive game because for Ostlund in your picture there from Sweden, he can move on to 8 points and 4 wins from 5 on day 1 of Group C. You'll take that every day of the week. And Jim McEwan, it started well today, but very typical of the week he's having right now. He's having too many downs to go with those ups, and this has now turned in, you feel, a must-win game because you don't want to overnight be giving 4, potentially 6 points away to the likes of Ostlund and Scott Baker. So a really big game coming up, Chris.
Absolutely, potentially the pivotal one in this
First
group.
leg,
If
it's
Ostlund
Anton to throw first.
wins it,
Game on.
and there is real separation in the table. If McEwan wins it, everybody in touching distance of Baker, and certainly in with a chance of second spot.
45. $100. $83.
Well, Glenn, Halloween theme, the Modus Spooky Series. Who would regard the day as a nightmare?
Well, believe it or not, I don't think Jim McEwan will be very happy with the position that he's in right now. He was the favourite for this group. Just sort of very typical of the week he's having, and probably very typical of where his game is at. He's on the back of some seniors events where he had his ups and downs, and now he reached the final of a WDF, a really tough British Open. I say at times he's looked the old Jim McEwan, and at times he He's just not got the timing right of that throw.
40.
And when things aren't going your way, those sort of things happen. The two debutants, you can expect the fact that they're going to find it tough. So for me, if Jim McEwan doesn't win this match, it could be difficult to bounce back.
76.
One positive thing from him in his final game of the day on Monday, like this one is his final game, he played Ostlund and he was absolutely tremendous. He won that game 4-0 with a 100 average.
58.
And things were looking so good for him right then.
And what about Anton Ostlund? Would that depend on this match? Would it both players really
94.
all of their hopes for the day depend on this one match?
Well, he can have a super day if he wins this game because, being on 8 points, I think that's a really acceptable position to be in. His first game tomorrow will be against Jim McEwan. So this head-to-head between himself and Jim could be really pivotal whether or not that man in your picture qualifies. When he's been getting his first start right, he's looked $1 million today.
44. Jimmy require 149.
Yeah, it's felt a very pedestrian group. The pace has definitely dipped from what we've seen a lot this week. Yeah, it's the one player
95.
who's super quick.
Anton, you require 100.
Who's won his 4 games.
Well, no doubt
Jimmy
about the
require
route here for Jim
54.
McEwan. 14. 40. Another little shake of the head before throwing at the double 10.
44.
Always
Anton, you
think
require
it just
81.
is already a bit of resignation when you do that. Still got a dart in hand.
Yeah, I was watching Ostlund do. Was just rubbing his shoulder there. I haven't seen anything like that from him. Maybe he's feeling after 4 days on the hockey. It's bullseye.
56.
I haven't seen many bullseye finishes
Jimmy
today. That's one thing I
required
can't think of. McEwan will be back.
Game shot on the first leg. Jim McEwan.
Break a throw off the bat. Take bat off
Second
the
leg
bingo
is Jim
list.
to throw
Glenn.
first. Game on.
Should move.
177.
Does move.
58.
Yeah, the pair of them are really limbering up behind when they're not throwing darts. Oh, hello.
140.
Oh, we were thinking maybe McEwan was going to magic up, manifest a 9-darter.
60.
Great leg of darts. Great performance from McEwan all the same so far.
Yeah, just so when you think you've mastered this most Super Series, I really expected a strong performance from Ostlund the way he's been playing. And the fact that Jim's looked
Jimmy require 84.
appeared to be struggling throughout. It's been a masterful start to this match. Treble 19 will be the shot. But he will be back with Ostlund way back.
76. $60. Jimmy require 8.
Was a breaker throw in the opener for Jim McEwan. And a comfortable hold in the second. He leads 2-0.
Yeah, started that leg with
Third leg, it's Anton to throw
5
first.
perfect darts. Jim McEwan has had a 9-darter before. He actually hit it on the PDC Pro Tour when he was topping up as a reserve player.
140.
And what a moment for Jimmy. Did it against Raymond van Barneveld.
Was that 2019 or 20?
21.
The reason I ask is I remember him saying he got a very, very late call up. He said, I don't believe I've travelled all this way, and I've ended up drawing Barney and then come off with a 9-darter.
They did lose the match 6-5. You were on the next board getting beaten by Dirk Telnickers at the time, Glenn.
Thank you very much. I would have definitely said it was 2021 then.
Well, funny how fortunes turn, isn't it? Because the winner of that tournament was actually Jose de Sousa.
Yeah, I think after the results today as well on the
140.
Pro Tour, he's struggling to get to Alexander Palace this year.
Well, the way these two have played in the
35. Antonio require 121.
previous game, you would have thought Ostlund would have been the big favourite.
57.
Yeah, far from out of it though. He's looking good to reduce the deficit. But if he's going to win this match, he's going to have to break the throw, Jim McEwan. He did that job in the opening leg.
140. Antonio requires 64.
It's tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
15 darter does reduce the deficit. But you sense the hard work starts now because, as I mentioned, if he's going to win this match, he has to break, Jim. So a huge leg of darts coming for Ostlund. If he can just get through this game, 8 points, and he'll be dipping his toe for qualification.
100. $41. $81.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with it after that first start. Slow start. Ostlund's success today has been that opening dart. When he's been finding the treble with that one. The rest have usually followed. Seems to have deserted him in this game.
$108.
Add that to the collection. Massive amount of 180 scored by Jim McEwan this week.
57.
It's gone from being a real tight match, this one.
140.
To McEwan. With time in his side to go one away. He won't be too disappointed with that one if he can mop it up. That's exactly what he does. 82 left, so bullseye should be the shot.
83. $140. Jimmy require 57.
So 17. Big number missed. And the double missed as well, though it shouldn't do too much damage. It just allows Ostlund to put some kind of pressure on.
I think it was something that you said off air. I think his pace has dipped more than he'd want to.
140.
See him shaking his head there. He's still searching for that rhythm, isn't he? Look like no such problem, but Wyatt. That's a superb dart because look at what Ostlund was on. He was just lurking around on 63. His best dart of the match, Jim McEwan. And if McEwan wins this game, we have got a very, very exciting Group C tomorrow.
121. $100.
You mentioned the prowess of
100.
Jim McEwan's maximum hit. More than 20% of the week's 180s have come from Chucky.
Make that 27.
108. 180.
Make that 22%, Chris.
Inflation rises fast.
Blame Labour.
$180. Anton, you require.
Well, it's about timing.
$60. Jim, you require 41.
Moments of absolute brilliance from Jim McEwan this week. For him, few and far between. But has he finished on a real high? Double 10, 12 darter.
21. Anton, you require 86. $70. Jimmy
Well, in the leg of darts
20.
where Jim McEwan had 2 180s. 2 leg darts missed and gone with the Swede. Double 10, often a saviour.
No score. Anton, you require 16.
Well, the ironic applause. McEwan knows that this game could get edgy.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Just allowed Anton back in. Should never have happened. He knows it. Does have the darts here.
Sixth leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
$29.
180.
Unbelievable sequence of scoring power from Jim McEwan. He labours back.
94.
If only he could find his doubles.
This is scary stuff, isn't it? The run ends.
$100.
If you're wondering why I bellowed 29 to begin this leg. He's had 4 180s in this game. And 3 of them
100.
from his last 4 scoring visits. It's a sign of a great player when you're not at your best. It's not the fact he's winning ugly, he's scoring big, he's just fighting and scrapping for every 2 points. And if you can just get to 6 points overnight, if Jim McEwan can just find those collie wobbles he's got on the doubles, can he finish on a real high? Treble 20's the shot for double 18.
103.
Well, it's the doubles that have been the problem that have plagued Jim McEwan throughout this week. Is he going to root
60.
more misses? Or can he put it right?
Well, he's writing his own story here, and it's pretty simple. It's scoring for sure, it's doubles for Doe, but he gets over the line in the end. A very deserved victory there for Jim McEwan. Going into that game, Anton Ostlund was on a real high, a real potential 8 points there, but Jim McEwan, just a little reminder why he was the favourite for this group. And that, you have to feel, is a huge win for Jim McEwan, and also for the group qualification tomorrow. It means it's going to be a really exciting day. Jim McEwan pretty much dominated that game, but the real highlight was that sequence of events where he's pinged 4 180s in, finds the winning double. He needs to improve on that checkout ratio, but a mighty fine win. And another big game coming up. Can Scott Baker go through the card? He's 4 out of 4. He plays Mike Huntley next.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not only.
he thinks it's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you.
We are giving the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Seven now for sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend of Ellis.
Maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
One of the things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jay!
Welcome back to the Modus Spooky Series for this Halloween edition where we've played 13 games, and the unlucky part of it is that I've had to sit next to Glenn Durrant for all of them so far. 2 to come, and the last one sees Scott Baker hoping to make it a perfect day. He takes on Mike Huntley, who's got 2 wins from his 4 matches so far. A win here for Huntley would see him close the gap on Baker to just a couple of points, with Ostlund and McEwan both over his shoulder as well. But if Baker wins, then he's sitting pretty at the top of the table, 4 clear.
Yeah, absolutely. And this wonderful Halloween theme
First leg,
makes
it's
me
Mike
realise
to throw first. Game on.
that I'm the best thing since sliced head. Save that to the penultimate game, finish on a high.
Yeah, it was dead good.
24.
Nothing dead good about that one for Huntley. If you've said to Scott Baker this morning, you'll win 4 out of 5 and say, yes, please, thank you very much. I think that's the attitude he'll go into this game with. I don't think there's an incredible amount of pressure on. 5 out of 5 is amazing. You can almost say, I almost feel he's going to qualify based on the fact you feel he's a dart ahead of the 2 debutants. So he's already looking at a potential 14 points before he has the head-to-heads with the others. So real good moments for Scotty Baker.
$136. $180.
Great darts. To put Baker in pole position.
$92. $85. Scott, you require 70.
May stay there. Does stay there. He has been dropping
50.
low on tops every time he's had the
Mikey
one
require
dart.
101.
I know he's not a player you want to affect the rhythm with, but maybe just a little bit more composure. Double 16 for Huntley.
69. Scott, you require 20. Game shot on the
That'll
second
be a
leg.
relief,
Scott
won't it?
Baker.
Because we have seen a few times today Baker has missed when he's had 3 darts at double. Oh, found something amusing.
I think with it
Second
being a last
leg,
start
it's
at
Scott to
double
throw
5,
first.
I'm sure there's a
Game
little
on.
jibe there from Mike Huntley, who this is a huge game for him. Looking at the league table, a win over Scott Baker would move him on to 6 points to join McEwan and Ostlund, and only 2 points behind Scott Baker. A win for Baker, and he's got a good 4-point lead
95.
overnight. And this will be the first game tomorrow for the pair of them as well. So it's a tough ask for Huntley. He's going to have to dig deep.
100. $60.
Just had a little check of himself there. He's almost throwing the dart. Then he realised it'd be better to go for the 19s.
99.
Yeah, it wasn't the end of the world when he did. He did, and he's 40 points clear.
$140. $121.
Yeah, it's good to see he's still playing really good darts, Scott Baker.
47.
3 times
Scott,
I played him in
require
2019. Very, very tough. He doesn't need to stay there. I like that play for double 4.
78.
He'll be back.
$99. Scott, you require 8. No score. Mike, you require 60.
Who am I to accuse Scott Baker of rushing? But that dart did feel a little rushed. Didn't seem set at the hockey before he threw it.
Yeah, hence the why I'm never so critical with a fast player. You'll have an argument back.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
on
a
the
cracking
second
dart.
leg.
A beautiful
Mike
dart from Mike Huntley. I quite liked his performances today.
Third leg. It's Mike to throw first.
Would be a huge win
Game
for
on.
him. What was that, Chris? What's my head-to-head like with Scott Baker in 2019? Yeah.
No, I don't really want to know.
81.
There was a famous one, wasn't there? I remember that one at the Lakeside.
100.
3 sets to 0 up I was, and I've never, ever known it. Never been so more nervous on that Lakeside stage when he was fighting back, and a lot was to do with his crowd. They were so noisy, so supportive, very respectful. And I really did nearly bottle it.
99. $100.
Have you seen your winner this week then, Chris? Are you still thinking tonight might play a huge part in that?
Yeah, I definitely think tonight may play a part in it at the moment.
92.
Even with Scott Baker on a potential perfect day, I haven't seen anything in this group that makes me think that they can beat Kurt
41.
Parry on Saturday night. He was excellent. He did have ups and downs, and obviously it's a different format on a Saturday in terms of the knockout stages, so
100.
one match is all it takes. But yeah, I think ask me that question tomorrow afternoon after we've seen this evening's Arrows Aces in action.
$83.
Last start
Scotty
again,
require
Mike.
110.
He's almost beaten the dart to the dartboard. Don't go low, Scott.
90. Mike, you require 136.
Absolutely superb.
120. Scott, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg, Scott Baker.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely
Fourth
spot on in
leg,
your
it's
analysis,
Scott to throw
Chris.
first.
We haven't seen anything really
Game on.
spectacular, but a 5 out of 5 has to be commended every day of the week. And every time he's had that question, he seems to have had an answer, whether it's a gritty tops, a gritty double 10 as demonstrated there, or a last start double 5. He's just doing enough.
Well, you can only win your matches, can't you? That's all you can do.
100.
And he may win all of his today.
$100. $85. $100.
And that's the problem when you're playing Scott. He throws them so quick. Mike Huntley's barely stood behind him. And you hear the score of a ton. It seems to be affecting the rhythm now of Mike. These are good moments for Scott Baker. It's on throw here. He's done what he needed to with the breaker throw. Another treble would be nice.
85. $105. Scott, you require 91. $59.
Almost a real flash finish
Mike,
from
you
Scott
require
Baker. Huntley has an outside
170.
chance, but it has to be the maximum checkout.
Does it go, Chris?
No.
105.
But I think this will.
Scott, you require 32. No score.
What does you know?
Mike, you require
I'm
65.
sure Mike Huntley thought it would as well. Now he's got a second bite.
Just double check if that's a 9.56 left. I think he had a decision. I think he was in between decisions there, but he's crept into that big 16. A resigned look for there from
25.
Scotty Baker.
Scott, you require 32.
I'm confident this time it will go.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
You were
Scott
right.
Baker.
He gets it right. And Baker now one leg away from that perfect day, the perfect 10 in terms of points
Fifth
in
leg,
Group
it's
C.
Mike to throw first. Game on. $180.
Two maximums in this match.
140.
One apiece. Another tidy game.
$92. $100. $59.
Left that 170 again. See the disappointment from Scott. He doesn't often give a lot away. I've seen that this week. You know, he's usually just so calm. Nothing going to affect him.
Mike, you require 170.
136 for Baker to wrap it up.
100. Scott, you require
What would be
136.
the dream start onto what should be the nightmare date.
100.
Halloween
Mike, you
dream for
require
Scott Baker
70.
unless Huntley can halt his progress.
Yeah, quite simply, this has to go for Mike. Oh, how many times are we going to say this week, missed the big number? Much to the delight of Scott Baker behind him. It was a game we build that
38.
it was a must
Scott,
win
you
for Mike
require
Huntley. It would have
36.
really been a tight at the top. He'd have joined other players on 6 points. But it's double two.
34. Mikey require 32.
Double 8 to keep the game going. That becomes double 4, which Huntley hits.
On the 5th leg, Mike Huntley. Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
The turmoil, the chattering away to yourself.
100.
And he won the leg.
$55.
Just dropping low there, Mike. Big chance here for Scott. His rhythm looks great right now.
100.
That rat-a-tat style.
$41.
Is it the beginning of the end?
$60.
What is there a terrible twist in this group? If Baker wins this match, he's on 10 points, 4 clear of the chasing pack, and crucially 6 clear of Michael Huntley. But if Huntley can turn this around, he'll just be 2 points away from Baker. So would Ostlund and McEwan.
60.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Ostlund and McEwan. Do they want Huntley joining them on 6 points? Do they want Scott Baker to run away with it and let them fight that second place between them? Well, it looks like the latter.
122.
Leaves a 2-darter.
$60. Scott, you require 59. Game shot and the match.
Well,
Scott
that
Baker.
is the brilliant Baker landing what is a 5th win from as many matches today. The perfect 10 for Scott Baker, who picks up the points in every single game he's played. A 4-2 success over Michael Huntley to put the gloss on what has been a very good day for him. It's Baker who will top the table overnight by some distance as well, as he wins all 5 fixtures. And we've only got one more of our 15 to come. David Mayle faces Luke Smith after the break.
It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Dazzler, Glenn Durant. Shots and a match. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Jackal the Dazzler, Bobby George. game, shut,
And for the final time, in this Group C campaign, welcome back to the Modus Spooky Series. A day to remember for Scott Baker. Played 5, won 5. He's almost guaranteed himself qualification. Just needs a couple of wins, you feel, tomorrow. But it's been the perfect day for the guy from the West Midlands as we look at two players on debut. David Mayle, who's been here all week, involved in a terrifically difficult Group A campaign, which he started okay, winning his second game, and then went and lost 13 on the spin from there. Did it have much effect? Well, he started his opening 2 games today, losing them both 4-0. But fair play to him. He got a victory today to move himself to 2
First
points.
Leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Whereas Luke Smith, the guy from Chester, had a real opportunity in his first game. Just a little bit too erratic. He's pinged plenty of 180s, but also there's been some darts which have not been to his standard. But I guess this morning when they walked into the venue, they probably identified this game, which is a real 50-50 game. Can Luke Smith get his first 2 points at the Modus Super Series? Or can David Mayle get a second win and move on to 4 points alongside Mike Huntley?
Yeah, well, I hope you have all had a fantastic day watching the Spooky Series this afternoon. And don't forget, we return for the night session when things get a little darker here
86
in the Alive or Unalive Lounge. And we're going to resurrect Henry Deacon from his zombie-like state. We had to
96
sedate him to stop him getting in the building this afternoon. But he will be back tonight. His attire may well be
60
a highlight or potentially the opposite. However, a win in this match will be a highlight of the day for one of these players. Mayle, I mean, if he wins,
43.
he's in touching distance. He's only 2 points off second.
Yeah, that's the incredible thing when you get a player that runs through the card like Scott Baker has, but I don't think he's playing the darts to suggest
41.
that tomorrow he can have a run of 4 or 5 wins, which would probably be needed for David. I think for him right now, it's all about just getting the experience up there.
60.
He's took it like a real man, those defeats. He hasn't sulked, he hasn't moaned. Yes, at times his shoulders have gone down, but I admire the way he's played this week.
89.
And for Luke Smith to come through that tough qualification, that hotbed of the Northwest, he doesn't want to finish the day today without a win. Just a slight issue there with the scoreboard, which has now been sorted.
That's never happened on any other day apart from today. That's interesting. That's certainly something spooky
59.
going on. But yeah,
Victory
defeat for Smith here would leave him in the
85.
darting dungeon, so to speak, wouldn't it? He'd be shackled tomorrow, but a win, who knows what could happen. Check in with the referee, Jack Gorwood, that it's in. Oh, but that is
80.
an absolute
David,
disaster.
you require 138.
Treble 19 to start. Oh, treble 17.
120.
Even I'm still learning with this
You
game.
require 5.
Enchanting errors from David Mayle. As Luke Smith looks to
It's on
embrace
the
the
first
5 he
leg,
left,
Luke
and he
Smith.
does, and gets the leg in the ledger. He had a little bit of a fright, didn't he,
Second
when
leg, it's Luke to throw
Mayle
first.
hit the
Game on.
251s.
Yes, I had my fingers and toes out trying to add up what was needed there, so a new way to go on 138 for me. But for David, he said he's
93.
really enjoyed the camaraderie. He said he's made fiends for life.
Yeah, it was good to see him gobbling that checkout up. And you thought we'd run out by this time.
You've got to be kidding me. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse.
Oh, stop it, Glenn, I'm howling.
140. 100.
Yes, we're having some skelly fun here today, aren't we? No such fun so far for Luke Smith with 4 defeats. He has took the opening leg here.
39.
A real 50-50 game.
Yeah, you do get the sense that it is over for Smith in terms of trying to qualify if he loses this match. But even with 4 defeats, a perfect day tomorrow, you can get through on a dozen points.
140.
I think the realistic, if it is a victory here for Luke Smith, and then for me it's going to be 2 from 4, with 1 pretty much
6.
qualified already.
Luke, you require 89.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
2-0.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on. $60.
Yeah, do tune in from 10 p.m. this evening for the 2nd edition of the Spooky Series.
108.
Outstanding again from Smith. Just shows what that little bit of confidence can do to your game.
Really is. Fantastic. What a way to end
43.
the afternoon session.
Yes, averaging over 95 at the moment. That's the dart he hates.
I'll do,
92.
as I said, tune in tonight for more enchanting arrows. I do believe, actually, Glenn, that Henry Deacon is going to be in the presenter seat this evening. I've heard it on the grapevine that he's going to be dressed as a mummy.
No, you've misread the brief. He's going to be dressed by his mummy. Come on now.
49.
Oh, the best was saved till last, no doubt about that.
60.
You better be careful tonight.
82.
Yes, I am fearing for my safety. That's one thing. Which Henry are we going to get? I don't know.
59.
Well, we are confident to say is I think the darts will do the talking tonight. I really do.
And Luke Smith starts doing the talking here. Just checking the remainder, which I believe is 74.
66.
Yeah, it's good to see this for Luke, just to get that win on that stage. I think I'll probably have to say it must be a good feeling. Good thinking 84. There by David Mayle. He would have left a bogey there if he hadn't have moved. But you get the sense the way Luke Smith's playing right now that David Mayle won't be back in this leg. 88. Almost like you're looking at double 11.
On a third leg,
what a dart!
Found a way to get it in with venom.
Fourth flag, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
I think for David Mayle, Chris, this will be his biggest disappointing defeat this week because he had that opportunity to go to 4 points. It was arguably this week his first 50-50 game. But it actually turned out to be a real one-sided affair.
Yeah, we've seen a better version of Smith, but Mayle hasn't played well himself at all, has he?
$100. $95.
I think the term that comes to me for Luke Smith in this one, if you've got it, haunt it.
45.
have to say, you're on fire this afternoon, Glenn, but you do have it all to do again
52.
tonight.
Yeah, it'll be great to see Henry walking, because between me and him, it's
100.
It's all about love at first bite. Can we give up this puns now? I'm struggling.
I do think this evening will be a thriller, so do
100.
tune in from 10 for more Tungsten Terror.
That's bad.
$59.
Well, a 137 here from Luke Smith, and this has been a well-crafted performance.
And it would be the third
81.
massacre of the day that David Mayle has faced. The day started with a 4-0 defeat for him. It may end in the same fashion.
61.
Yeah,
Luke, you
real
require
disappointing
96.
display for David Mayle. Big 16.
48. David, you require 136.
So he'll come back to wrap up what would be a great win for him. And that would
96.
lift him off the foot of the
Luke, you
table.
require 48.
Debut day hasn't gone well for Luke Smith, but he may end it with a victory. Oh, doesn't like the lie.
16.
Chance for Mayle to
David,
avoid
you
the
require
ultimate
40.
nightmare ending.
Yeah, he used that strategy
Game's
to
on
go
the
to the
full
left-hand
flag,
side.
David Mayle.
No success with David Mayle. Just to keep him involved. Come on, he says. He hasn't given up
Fifth
hope.
flag. It's David to throw first. Game on. $123.
Just time to actually... We could actually, Glenn. I've just thought of this.
60.
There's another session this evening. We could actually go out trick-or-treating in between, couldn't we?
Well, I'm skinned, so we could do.
81.
People of Portsmouth, give generously. Either cash or kebabs will do me.
Yes, I'm looking for my next victim.
123.
Oh.
I just wish you'd be a bit more positive about these players, Glenn. Is it a cloak of darkness following you around today?
60.
Best 199 I've ever spent.
Right, well, no more Halloween
19.
puns now. We've done them to death.
I'll
94.
tell you what, David Mayle's getting right back into this game. Luke Smith had those two opportunities to win this game 4-0. But just quietly and effectively, David Mayle's getting on with his job. The belief's coming back, and those darts that are going awry for Luke Smith has come back into his game.
David,
This
you
match
require
is not over.
142. $60.
Well, Smith has learnt how to play on the Super Series stage today, but has he learnt how to win on it yet?
$84. David, you
That's
require
unhelpful.
82.
Doesn't leave him on a finish now after that misfire.
Time on his side. So it's the same route, but I don't think he'll be going for the bullseye. Once
47.
again, hand to the forehead there as he misses another big number. It's sloppy and something he needs to get out of his game if he wants to gradually move on. It's the shake of the head behind you, so all those negative thoughts are going through your mind.
134.
And what the focus should be this
David, you require
35.
35.
Can he remain positive? No problem with a big number this time. Double 16, right back
shot
in
on the
this
fifth
game.
flag,
One
David
behind. Luke Smith still one away.
But the last couple of visits were good there from the pair of them, but it has, for most of the match, had that feeling of two players have had a long day today, that have had a tough day today.
I was really on the fence, actually, with this one. I thought it could really peter
94.
out. Maybe the pressure of getting that win for Luke Smith against David with that expectation of going into this match as a potential favourite.
28.
Well, there was a real possibility where they could really be gung-ho with it. It's been a bit of a mixture of both. I thought the brilliance came from Luke Smith. He was averaging 96 going into that leg foot. But he's gone on a downward trajectory since then. David Mayle has picked up his game slightly.
6.
But still advantage Luke Smith. Look how quick he is getting to the hockey there. Maybe this is the reason why. A little nod of the head there. He's been brilliant with the 180s.
99.
Mentioned, of course, tonight's session. Don't forget as well, Saturday finals night. The action getting underway from 7:30 live on the Super Series YouTube channel. You could also get tickets by scanning that QR code. That would be a treat, wouldn't it? And it's only £2 to come in. If you can't scan the code right now or you're watching on your smartphone, dartshop.tv is the place to go at the end of the session. Not just this Saturday, any Saturday you can come down and be part of the party in Pompey.
148 for the match, but that's an absolute howler. Don't bust it.
106.
No danger of that.
Luke, you require 141.
Well, it is for the match. But right now, this match is all about David Mayle. He was 3-0 down. 2 match darts for Luke Smith.
100.
Has he blown
it? 20.
This for a breaker throw. David Mayle would have the darts in the last to take us the distance.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
We do
David
go
Mayle.
the distance. It's a terrifying tungsten tussle to end the day.
7 from final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
That man there, Luke Smith, he's pretty much stood with his feet planted on the trapdoor.
Listen, Chris, David Mayle on the back of this week, 1 win out of 15 games. Maybe he deserves something to finish on a real high here. He's had disappointment
84.
after disappointment. Had that early win today after a very slow start. At 3-0 down, he was down and out. Luke Smith was looking $1 million. All Luke can do in the background is smile, but for the first time in this game, David Mayle is favourite.
And you have to think that Smith would be dead and buried in this group if he does lose this leg.
$135.
Yep, good on you, David. A real fight back. I think Luke demonstrated what he's all about. But he'll be one frustrated player that he hasn't been able to see out this game. And with time on David Mayle's side, just keep it simple. That is beautiful.
It's a fitting final match for the Spooky Series session.
137.
Like a zombie, David Mayle has risen. And now he's going in for the kill.
60. David, you require 52.
So, to complete the Great Escape. Great guide.
12.
More twists and turns. Can Luke Smith put pressure on that tops? David Mayle is itching to get to the hockey.
60.
And he's his
David,
opportunity.
You require 40.
Double 10. Oh, does he go for it? He does, and he gets it, and he wins it, and he completes the comeback win, denying Luke Smith points on his debut, but it is David who doubles up. 2 wins for him, 4 points, and suddenly he is in the mix because he's only now a couple of points away from second place in the table, despite being in 5th himself come the end of the day. A scrappy game, but Mayle found something to come back from 3-0 behind and turn it around. 4-3 in the end for Mayle, but the star Baker has been Scott here at the Super Series. 10 points for him, winning 5 from 5, and myself and Dracula himself will talk through all of the terrifying tungsten after this short break.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Well, here's what's happened so far on this Halloween special at the Modus Super Series Group State. Apologies, Glenn Durrant is getting a little bit attacked by a cauldron in here that I'm trying to just sort out a vision well. Scott Baker went through the card today. 5 wins from 5 for him. It started with a brilliant win for Mike Huntley, 4-0 over. We'll show you the table. Scott Baker, as I said, 5 from 5. Anton Ostlund and Jim McEwan both getting 3 wins apiece as well. And Luke Smith at the bottom. No points for him. A horrendous end. I'm going to try and talk to Glenn Durrant about what's happened so far today. He's been getting attacked by the cauldron, which is why I've got my hands on it. There's been some freaky stuff happening today. Glenn, first of all, I'm over here.
Oh.
And yeah, apologies about that. Trying to keep my composure. Glenn was getting attacked by this. It was quite amusing to watch, actually. You were spared. But Scott Baker didn't spare anything. Fantastic day for him.
Yeah, one for the bloopers there, by the way. And the claim will be in later. He's a good player, Scott Baker. Not playing as much darts as he'd hoping to be. Going to Q School this year. A very rhythm player in a group where there's a lot of methodical players there. That concerned me. He didn't play brilliant either. He just did what he had to do. He was the class act, and he's dipped his toe into the final. A couple of wins tomorrow, I think he'd be absolutely fine.
Yeah, I mean, does he even need to worry about tomorrow too much? Is he pretty much through?
The fact that he's got 2 debutants who I think he's a dart ahead of them at least should be no problem. And then he's got games against arguably the 3 top players, Huntley, Jim McEwan and Anton Ostlund. So I think, I'd be surprised if Scott Baker doesn't qualify tomorrow, that's for sure.
You spoke about Anton Ostlund there. You said at the start of the week that he could be the player to watch. Have you seen today what you thought you would see earlier in the week?
It's just he had his opportunity right at the end against Jim McEwan, and that would have put him on to 8 points. at times he looked brilliant today, especially in the mid-games. This was the one against Mike Huntley. He was smiling behind almost to say, why are the players playing so well against me? But the one came against Jim McEwan, his last game, would have put him on 8 points. He lost that game, so still all to play for tomorrow. So I'm still on the fence with Anton.
What about Jim? It's been a struggle at times, hasn't it, for McEwan?
And I'm not so sure if it's more of an injury. He's old school. He's not going to give too much away. There's a lot of darts that aren't coming out of his hands correctly. I mean, that's a tops there, but that tops hasn't been there enough this week. His 180's been absolutely fine. I think there's a stat saying he's got 23% of the 180s hit this week. But his game's been all about steely determination, hitting that winning double. Still all to play for, but again, it's going to be a tight match between him and Ostlund tomorrow.
Just a thought on the day in general, this group?
I think it lacked a little bit of quality. I think a couple of debutants there, it wasn't free-flowing. A lot of players who played at quite a mediocre pace, and at times, there was one shining star, and that one shining star was Scott Baker.
Quite a star cast tonight, though. If you take a look at Group B, and as the theme is, of course, Halloween, that is a group to fear, isn't it? If you're going into that, you are going to have to play well.
Well, I would struggle. I mean, I've had my times with Mark Dudbridge. I know what he can do. Shane Hayward, a former finalist here. Gary Stone, I mean, I've championed him for many, many years. I think I'm waiting for something big to happen to Gary Stone in his career. Scott Taylor has delivered the goods. He's got better. Marvin Van Velzen, in the back of my mind, even when things weren't going his way this week, he's our reigning champion. I think he'll come out tonight and do the, and do what he needs to do.
Yeah, he could play into the theme a little bit, couldn't he? Because he can let out a few screams on that stage.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's been missing sort of this week as well. He's been quite reserved, but maybe that's the fact that things haven't gone his way. But I expect some big performance from Marvin. 5 great players, can't wait.
Well, Glenn, thank you for being such a good sport. I'm sorry about the Cauldron attacking you, which it looks like he's about to do again, so we better bring an end to this afternoon's action. But we will be back this evening for some more Tungsten Terror here at the Unalive Lounge in Portsmouth, where Group B, well, that should be scary stuff for any of the players in it.
Finally pins one, 107 goes.
He takes it. Very bonny indeed.
So he could go 2 tops, and he has, and he's really rubbed salt into the wound.
Double 18 to win it in sumptuous style.